So hello, everybody. Hello back in the room for the last days of this CERIS event, which has been very fruitful. And until now, we have been discussing issues related to societal resilience, standardization, Siberian issues. And now today we will be focusing on technologies for first responders and even second responders. And it's really our pleasure to welcome our Japanese partners and friends. Thank you very much for being online. I'm very happy that and Korean friends, sorry, the Japan and Korea. It's really an honor for us and a pleasure to have you online. It really reflects a very strong willingness for EU research community to liaise with your community regarding disaster risk management. So it's a very nice and promising perspective for us. We have a lot of expertise to share with you, and we have a lot of to receive from you regarding what you have learned, what are your skills, expertise in regarding different disciplines, different sectors as well. We are working with Japanese and Korean researchers and also first responders. So it's very interesting for us to really enhance our common knowledge base. It has also some policy implications because, well, in Europe, we have obviously civil protection policies that are in place, which needs research and development. It's the same in your country, but we have also a common policy, well, which is not legally binding, but the UN Sendai Framework for Action is certainly a very strong framework regarding disaster risk reduction, and it's really a hook for us because we can have indeed common achievements that will be directly supporting the implementation of the Sendai Framework for Action. So I very much welcome this initiative from the different projects. Thank you and congratulations for having put this program in place. And I will simply turn to you. I don't know who will be taking the chair to start this very fruitful meeting. I wish you the best success. Thank you very much. Tassos, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm Tassos Dimou. I'm going to moderate this the first part of this session, the technologies for first responders. Okay, so this is a session that is co-chaired by 4 different projects, Ingenious, Kersor, Intrepid, and FASTER. And I have here in the panel with me Evangelos Dongos and Tina Ristmaier from Kersor, and Eleftherios Zounoglu from Ingenious. And I hope that we also have online Rosen Marechal from CS Group. So this session was designed to be a bit different from the classic presentations of the project. We wanted to give some more attention to the international cooperation aspect of the DRS2 projects. And for this reason, we are also involving our partners from Japan and Korea. So for FASTER, it's the Intelligent Blockchain Innovation Research Center. For Ingenious, it's the Kiro Disaster Robotics Center, and for Kersor, it is the Tohoku University. So the idea for this session was to promote this international cooperation and to show everybody how this is working, all the community, but also to provide a background on the disaster types and the way that first responders are working both in EU and Japan. So we are also presenting the technology, the tools that came out of this collaboration, and in the discussion panel we will try to produce some lessons learned from this experience, to hopefully to discuss some validation testing and standardization issues, and also to seek ways to promote exploitation across the globe. So let's start a bit with the disaster types. So in disasters in EU are mainly categorized in those three big groups. So hydrometeorological or weather-related ones, like storms, extreme temperature events, forest fires, droughts, and floods. Geophysical ones like snow avalanches, landslides, earthquakes, volcanoes, and then technological like oil spills, industrial accidents. It could be CBRN accidents, but also we can add here now also some health issues like the pandemic that we are currently seeking. So let's talk about also a bit about Japan. Here in Japan, we have some more or less the same phenomena, but some of them are more vivid. So we have big earthquakes like the Great East Japan earthquake. We have tsunamis that are produced by those earthquakes. There are landslides, volcanoes. We have forest fires, but also we have, for example, the accident in Fukushima, and also again the pandemic. So let's go a bit to how the first responders are working in those two areas. And for this presentation, I would like to call Mr. Kenichi Tanaka, who is joining us online. And before we by the time that we connect with Mr. Tanaka, I would like to say that for this session, there is available an online interpretation service for the people that are connecting online. So you will find in the bottom of your screens a button that says interpretation, and then you can choose the language that you would like to have and to listen to, and you will be connected to that audio channel. I guess that for the audience here, we will be connected to the English one, hopefully. Mr. Tanaka?
こんにちは。こんばんは。こんばんはなんだ。
Hello. Good afternoon. Or good morning.
Thank you. I have to apologize. We did have the English version of the presentation ready to share, but right now I can only get the Japanese version on my screen. So just a moment, please.
Just a moment.
なんか先ほどの2ページ目が英語だったように見えましたけど。
そうです。ちょっと。
Sorry, I just need to ask for your patience for a moment. The English page was there. I'm sure we will find it momentarily.
これですね。よろしいで
I
しょう
have
か。
it. May I go ahead?
ご紹介いただきました。
Thank you for the introduction. I'm a research fellow at the Tokyo University Production Technology Research Center. In Japan, Professor Tiherino asked me to speak, and so I quickly prepared this. I do apologize for the Japanese screen popping up again. Sorry, please bear with me.
Mr. Tanaka, I can share the presentation here, the English slides here, and you can only do the talking if you wish.
ちょっと待ってください。ごめんなさい。スクイズ
I'm sorry. Here we go. So I created this document, as I was saying. So Japan is, as you know, a country with so many disasters occurring. As you can see on the screen, even by the 2021 Global Climate Risk Index from Germany states that Japan is the fourth most affected country in terms of climate change disasters and risks. And people also say Japan is like a department store of disasters. We have a selection, including earthquakes in particular, tsunamis, typhoons, torrential rain, strong winds, volcanic eruptions, and more. A range of disasters hit us here. And of course, the seasons, we have 4 seasons. We have a rainy season, we have extreme weather regularly. As you can see on screen, so there are a range of disasters in Japan. So please bear that in mind. And we are also surrounded by ocean as an archipelago. About 73% of the land is mountainous. And the remaining part is 11% plateau or flat and about 14% lowlands. So lowlands refer to areas below 100 meters of sea level, and they can be submerged when you have a flood. I live in that kind of area myself, but about half of this lowland area is where half of the population lives. And the remaining 75% of the population is basically squashed into a very limited area of the land. And Japan, in a physical sense, it's extreme. We have mountain ranges 2,000 to 3,000 meters high, so quite significantly high. And the rivers are steep and short with a fast flow and a limited catchment area. So we have very heavy rainfall in a short time. And that makes the risk of flooding very high. And on top of that, the geology is very unstable. We have more than 1,000 or about 1,000 landslides per year. And as well as urban disasters, we have heavy rainfall, earthquakes, landslides, and collapses mudslides, and so on. And in Japan, the earthquake capital, shall we say, I was a victim of the great earthquake disaster of Eastern Japan. There are about 2,000 active faults. And of all the earthquakes worldwide above magnitude 6, 20% of them occur in Japan. And looking at volcanoes, we have 10% of the world's volcanoes and 111 active volcanoes, of which 50 are currently at the status where they are being monitored. Regarding typhoons, we have them every year. And in the rainy season, we have typhoons from about April or June to September, with quite a big effect, quite serious disasters. So basically, we are a country with a lot of earthquakes, among others. Regarding the 4 seasons and a very high precipitation per year. So if we compare, so we have about 1,700 millimeters in Japan, whereas worldwide about 800 millimeters is more standard. Torrential rains exceeding 100 millimeters, as well as snowfall, which is heavy on the Sea of Japan on the western side. So to summarize, Japan is extremely often and heavily hit by disasters. So I would be really happy if you can understand that as one takeaway. And one thing I would like to mention, our first responders in Japan are actually, so I experienced the Hanshin Awaji earthquake, the Kobe earthquake. In terms of pre-disaster and the people at the actual location, the first responders with serious injuries and accidents, and before an ambulance arrives, these people apply first aid, and these may be fire or police workers or from our self-defense services. However, recently, that is not sufficient to manage the disaster situations. It's not effective enough. So basically, it was a state of crisis. And so it was recognized that we needed an urgent response. And so the responsibility of the medical personnel and non-medical personnel, care managers, Coast Guard officers, social workers, hospital staff, school employees, maybe security people and lifesavers, mountain climbing guides, sports instructors, ski patrollers and fire brigades. These people from broad backgrounds need to have common knowledge and common equipment, technological devices to support them in the crisis response that they are expected to manage.
And
so over the last 10
years plus, I have been working in the Disaster Control Center in Hyogo Prefecture. And Hyogo Prefecture is where the great Hanshin Awaji earthquake hit. And based on that experience from that earthquake, this control center was set up. And this organization does the training for the first responders in this region. And we have actually done an experimental test here on this site. And it's a very large area, and we have this learning and training zone here. And firefighter school is at the core. And so basically it's a school for the firefighters. And then next to it, here, this is called the e-defense, which is a real scale model that can be destructed for these experimental purposes. And apart from that, this is the entire site. And here are the different functions that they have. They have a lot of baseball fields and stuff like that, athletic fields. So normally it would be used for recreational purposes. However, if there is any disaster, then the self-defense forces and other first responders will be creating bases here, and then they would go to the disaster hit areas for rescue. And this may be a little bit of a PR for Hyogo Prefecture, but Hyogo prefectures can be divided into different districts. And then in each of the districts, they have a disaster prevention center. And this Miki Disaster Prevention Park is one of the core facilities. And in other locations, there are some storage spaces to keep some foodstuffs in case of disasters. And then if there is any disaster, then they would form a network and jointly take part in relief operations. And this is what started after the Hanshin Awaji earthquake. And then there's a helipad here. And if there is any emergency situations overseas, then we would train some staff members so that they can participate in those relief activities overseas. And so there is this emergency fire response teams, etc. And this facility can train those people. And these are the firefighters. This is the photos from their practice sessions and drills. And this is JICA's disaster relief team. How they are training. And this is the DMAT, which is a medical care team in case of disasters. And here, there is the train. And so they can do a practice using the train if train is affected by the disasters. And this is the helping out human disaster hit residents or medical care. And this is the self-defense force. They are doing their drills here. And underneath, there's a maze-like place, and we could practice saving people from the maze underneath. And this is the police. The police can practice in this site similar way. And so they are pulling out people from the rubbles. And then this is the Red Cross team. They're engaged in the drill as well. And so in this site, throughout the year, there are a lot of drills and practice sessions going on, so that whenever a disaster happens, then they could save the lives and rescue people. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
giving us such a good overview of the situation in Japan, both the challenges that you are facing there, but also the organization and the training of the first responders. Okay, so next I would like to call here our own Tina Ristmeier to give us or to give us a presentation also about what is the situation in the EU.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Tina, and I'm the coordinator from CERIS project. Now I will give you a very brief overview of first responder structures in Europe, so that we have an understanding how first responders operate, what kind of structures they work in, what is impacting their work. It's a very brief overview. It is, of course, a lot to talk about every aspect you can see in this slide. But I'm going to very briefly go through all the points here just to have to give you an impression about the background, because first responders have, as we heard during these last 3 days, are a very crucial part of every research project or initiative. And I guess it's important to know that how we come or how we work daily. So this is here, of course, not a complete overview. There are many differences, many variabilities, but I try to cluster the structures. So we have national government agencies like German Government Agency for Technical Relief, DHW, where I'm coming from. Then we have non-governmental agencies like we have here colleagues from HRTA from Greece. And we have local agencies like Manchester Fire Station, also partner in several research projects. And obviously we have international organizations also contributing to civil protection in various ways. Of course, the structure of the organizations means that the legislation is different, the funding is different, the training is different, the equipment level is different, so it's impacting quite a lot the way of working. Also, what we can differentiate is that we have fully paid staff whose daily work is to rescue people. In their daily job is included training to getting ready for deployments. But we have also volunteers, so who are working daily in somewhere else, and in the spare time, they are saving lives. Of course, here we have to consider that everything what's done in fully paid staff during their daily job, they are doing during the spare time. And we have also spontaneous volunteers. This is not maybe comparable with fully paid staff and volunteers in civil protection, but I still added them here because they have a contribution usually when we are addressing a disaster. So these are usually citizens who are voluntarily, spontaneously acting, wanting to help. And of course, the civil protection organizations, if either they are government agencies or NGOs, they have to be ready to involve these people, and the structures to involve them have to be available. But all in all, first responder is a first responder, so they are all professional and doing their best to save lives. It doesn't matter what is the organizational background, but in research projects, it is somewhat, it might be different how first responders can contribute based on their structural background. And that's why I thought that it's relevant to know if first responders are involved, what we can expect. So to a little bit the expectations management when we involve first responders. And I hope that this very brief presentation gave you an overview where we come from, and that it's not always the same background we have. Yes, so for questions we have later time. So I finish now and give the floor back to Tassos. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Tina. Yeah, let's move to complete the presentations that we have for today, and then we can have questions, and we can also discuss our experience. So we're moving to the technological outcome of this of the international cooperation between EU and Japan and Korea. And our first experience is with Project FASTER and the Intelligent Blockchain Innovation Research Center. This will be presented by Professor Yuri Tijerino. Professor, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Okay.
So you have the floor.
No. Thank you. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to present you with Angel. It's spelled A-I-N-G-L-E. That's not a mistake, but it's pronounced Angel. And the name is very appropriate because it represents messengers. So Angel is about messaging. It's a distributed ledger technology that has semantics embedded into it, and is designed for the Internet of Things, specifically for the Internet of Things. So distributed ledger technologies, you can think of the blockchain. Most of you will have heard of Bitcoin and Ethereum. This goes much farther than that, as it also includes the ability to do messaging with intelligence. Okay? So here is a very brief description of why Angel exists and how different it is from the rest of the technologies. In the case of blockchain technologies, which are used for cryptocurrencies, very common for example, the Bitcoin or Ethereum, very popular cryptocurrencies, they have a major problem, which is that they're very slow. It takes about 15 to 30 minutes to do a transaction, and blocks are being constructed by third parties for the gain of money. It's very inefficient. It spends a lot of energy. It's said about 25% of the worldwide power consumption is for Bitcoin. It's not scalable, and it has a linear structure. We based our technology on a sister project, which is called IOTA. IOTA solved this problem partially by creating a network of messages. These are all messages as opposed to transactions. The messages are interlaced with a mathematical approach, graph theory, called directed acyclic graphs. They always go in one direction, and it's a lot more scalable than this one, and it's very efficient in terms of energy consumption. It's very low power. Our approach is very similar to that, but we went one step further, as our network is capable also to do real-time transactions. This one was created for the IoT, but it has a major defect, which is it requires fees. So it's always to do transactions, you have to pay a fee. In the case of Angel, we do not have any fees. And we went one step further, as we are able to support also streaming data, which is not able, it's the first of a kind technology with distributed ledger technologies that allows for this. So we focus on the Internet of Things, and we want to be able to use Angel not just for this project in FASTER, but also for many other projects. We have projects that are right now working with industry for autonomous driving vehicles on the road, for P2P communications via chat and via voice and video. So what kind of things do we do for FASTER? We can do, we have many different benefits, but mostly these are some of the benefits that we provide. Data manipulation is immutable, so our data is not mutable, just like the rest of the DLT technologies, but we are quantum proof. If there was a quantum computer today, they will be able to break the Bitcoin very quickly. However, our technology has been mathematically proven to be quantum proof. So even if there is a quantum computer, they wouldn't be able to break into the communication that is happening among the different devices in the network. We also had a major constraint in the FASTER project, which is privacy. GDPR is a major concern, the GDPR regulations for Europe for privacy. We wanted to also be able to handle that, and we were capable of doing it. Because our technology is very flexible, even though it's still immutable, it's very flexible for creating channels that are immutably encrypted, but the data is going through without being saved into the network. So Angel, I think I'm going to skip this because I already talked about this, but what does it do for FASTER? Now, I use this graph on the right, which looks like a brain on purpose, because our technology is capable to grow in a spherical manner, as opposed to IOTA, which is more like a worm. So this is actually what Angel would look like if we were going to graph it. So for the project FASTER, of course, this is very similar to many of the other projects that have been discussed in this event. We have a COP, just like everybody else has a COP. We also work with K9 units. We also do AR. We do drones. We do even some rovers. And we are connecting them through Angel. And why do we do that? Why do we need to have Angel connecting this? Well, the main reason is, I'm going to go into the next slide. The main reason is because it's quantum safe. It prevents malicious interventions by nefarious actors who may want to break into the communication. I mean, this is not a crazy idea that when you are doing rescue operations, somebody's going to try to break into the communications, steal the data, change the data, manipulate the data. So that's what we want to prevent. We want to prevent the data that is being shared among all of the different components in any of these rescue operations is safe and it's trustable. That was the main idea, and we were able to do that. So we are quantum safe. Although the data is immutable, we can also provide real-time streaming, which is impossible with technologies like the blockchain, because it takes too long to do it. With us, we did a very unique approach, which is we encrypted the channel, but we let the data flow freely in real time. We also embedded semantics into our application, into our Angel network. So rather than just sending value-based transactions, we send knowledge-based transactions. So the transactions that are happening are able to be knowledge-based. So knowledge-based means that we can create distributed semantic apps, which is also something unique of Angel. It is real-time, first of all, in DLTs, and we can we can do Angel, the GDPR Article 17, which is almost impossible with any other DLT technology. And what is Article 17 for those of you who are not familiar? It's the right to be forgotten. So if your data was captured by any DLT network, it's impossible because it's immutable, but we actually found a way to make it so that although the data is immutable, we can delete parts of the network and still the network works. So those are the unique parts, and we can provide that because, for example, why is this important in a project like this? This is important because as you are capturing video with a drone of somebody with face, the person may not want to be seen. So we are able to, in real time, obscure the face so that it doesn't show in the video and it doesn't get stored. So those are things that we thought about, and we are capable of doing it. So we tested this in July of last year in the center that Mr. Tanaka actually showed in the first presentation today. And we were able to do some benchmarking. We're still trying to do our second pilot because of COVID-19. We were not able to do it, but we extended our project for another year so that we will be able to do this year. Okay, and this is what Angel looks like. It's invisible to the actors, to the first responders. They don't see Angel anywhere working. We just connected devices in the background, and the data that is being gone between the P2P communications is totally safe. Okay, and we're very fast. This is a benchmark here, and as you can see, we do very, very quick communications. It's in the milliseconds speed, and it's much faster than IOTA Ethereum. All right, so with that, I'd like to end. I don't want to take too much time, but that's what we built Angel, and that's what we're doing with Angel. Thank you very much for your time. Let's see if I can stop this.
Thank you very much, Professor Tijerino. I don't have your presentation yet, but I would guess that it is available to be integrated and to be shared with the audience, correct?
Of course. I will send it to you in just a minute.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation and for the collaboration these 3 years in FASTER. So let's move to the next tool. It is the collaboration of Tohoku University in Japan with the Kersor project, and this is a presentation that's going to be given by Professor Satoshi Tadokoro. Professor, can you hear us?
Yes. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Okay,
you,
so,
and we can see your screen.
Okay.
You know, I would like to let all the speakers, also the subsequent ones, that we are running a bit late in time. So I would be grateful if you can give a presentation of approximately 5 minutes discussing the main functionality of SMERF. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I'm Satoshi Tadokoro, Tohoku University, Japan. I participate in Cursor project. So this is a house where a student of mine lived. On January 17, 1995, he was buried for 4 hours and a half under this debris. So this is my starting point in rescue robotics. We are developing Cursor circuit for advanced search and rescue in debris. A swarm of soft miniaturized robot Smurf are dropped by transport drone, and they penetrate in debris and search for victims. The robot has advanced VOC sensor sniffer and various sensors for finding trace of victims. The gathered information is integrated for common operational picture and incident management. We have 8 work packages and have wonderful partners from European countries and Japan, both first responder organizations and research institutes. So Tohoku University is in charge of the soft miniaturized robot Smurf. It should have high mobility, high sensing capability, communication, localization, and autonomy to gather information debris at the Interact ASR level 3 and 4. We have several technical issues for its development. Tohoku is mainly in charge of the system design, mechanism mobility, system integration, and durability. So under the leadership of SINTEF, we have several partners to achieve this goal. This is a blueprint picture that I proposed at the first planning meeting in Munich before the proposal. As this picture shows, how to move and distribute the sensors in debris is one of the most important issues in this research and development. On the basis of discussion with all the partners, we decided Tohoku will contribute mainly in the system design and the mechanical design because most partners are specialized in software. We are taking 2 stages of research and development. Smurf V1 is a sure product by using conventional design. We investigated various mobility mechanisms and have selected the configuration of 2 wheels with 1 head. Its problem is that mobility is limited. and might not satisfy the first response requirements. Therefore, we research into advanced mobility by applying soft robotics to create small V2. Soft robotics is a new area of mechanical research utilizing soft mechanical bodies and actuators. So, however, a problem is that the technology readiness level is still low. So we are trying hard to achieve the best solutions using the technologies and experimental results of both V1 and V2 to produce small products as the final result. This is Smurf V1. It's a sniffer, visual camera, thermal camera, microphone, speaker, IMU, and CPU inside. It works more than 2 hours in debris. We have done several types of durability tests in laboratory. This is mobility test based on the ASTM standard test method for response robots. At the drop test, Smurf has to stop immediately within a short bouncing distance even on this inclined board. This is a test at the Hyogo Prefecture Emergency Management Training Center in Japan, where the JICA disaster relief team exercises. So as you see, the Smurf V1 works in this the Prata situations. So it is not very satisfactory, but it's at an affordable level. This is a test in a training site in Brignoles, France. This shows Smurf V1 has enough durability, but limited mobility. I expect soft robotics can solve the issue of mobility. This is a new mechanism, monowheel truck, which automatically adapts various shapes of debris. We repeated design, fabrication, test several times to improve the performance and to solve problems to achieve higher technology readiness level. And this is in the Brignoles again. As expected, it showed higher mobility, but still have several issues of durability and robustness. So we are happy that my student received an award for the invention of this new mechanism for the Robotics Society of Japan. So we are collaborating with the EU partners to develop a cursor circuit, particularly Smurf, a soft miniaturized robot. We are enjoying very much. I hope this international team can give a practical solution to the first responders in the world. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Tadokoro. That was perfect also in terms of timing. Thank you so much about that. I hope that you will be available also a bit later to discuss your experience in the collaboration with the EU partners. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
So let's go to our next product. It's the collaboration of Kiro from Korea with the Ingenious project, and this will be presented by Eleftherios Zounoglou from ICCS.
Thank you very much, Tassos. Good morning, everyone. Obviously, I'm not from Korea. However, I'm representing the Coordinating Institute of Ingenious project, that we do have the honor and the joy to collaborate with Kiro in the Ingenious project. A few words about Kiro, which is the first and only governmental institute for robotics research and development in Korea under the Korean Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. They do have really important activities related to research and development, industrialization support, human resources development, as well as science and culture. A really significant contribution even to the project itself, but definitely to the research that Kiro is providing to the research community and for the first responders as a result, is the Disaster Robotics Center with several capabilities, including rough ground test zone, disaster environment test zone, and obstacle test zone. For the developments in the context of the Ingenious project, definitely this has been a big plus in order for the actual device that is being developed by Kiro to be tested. This is related to a smart helmet that it is developed. This includes several sensors, IMU sensor-based localization, multi-party voice communication, a remote monitoring system, and definitely procedures related to test and validation. The helmet is being developed by dividing it into video module, audio module, as well as processing modules, and we are trying to provide a brief description for each of them in this slide. The video module is responsible for acquiring video information that the first responders are watching. This module uses two types of cameras, both RGB camera, but also IR camera. The RGB camera is used to show visual information in a normal situation, whereas the IR camera can be used together also with the RGB camera to augment the visual information in difficult situations, including, for example, smoke. The voice communication module is developed for hands-free voice communication to gather information at the scene of an emergency. And there is definitely a processing module that was developed in order to handle all the necessary software for the helmet, including the video data and the Wi-Fi communications. There are also specific activities that Kiro joined in the context of the project. This includes also the validation program of the project. Therefore, our partners from Korea, they joined what we call the laboratory integration test. They joined them remotely. The plan, however, was for all the partners to join this test physically, but we had to switch the mode due to the COVID outbreak. It was a really good lesson learned how we may organize these tests in a remote setting. Therefore, they're participating in use cases related to building fire, toxic gas leakage after an industrial accident. Our partners also participated physically recently in a small-scale test, as we call them, for use cases related to toxic gas leakage after an industrial accident, and we were really happy to welcome them in Europe. So that's all for me. A collaboration with a Korean institute that proved to give a really concrete result, a device that integrates significant components that we hope that will be of help for the significant work that first responders are doing in order to save lives. Tassos, the floor is yours again.
Thank you very much, Lefteri, for the presentation. So let's open the floor for some questions you may have, and then we can go on with the rest of the presentation. Yes, please. Can you?
Good morning. Yeah, good morning. My name is Sufyan Al-Sus. I just have one question for you about the helmet. Is it including smartwatch also or not for communications?
Includes communications, Wi-Fi communications mainly, integrated with the whole communication system of the project. There are wearable solutions developed in the context of the project, but integrated in the whole toolkit that the project is developing. So the answer is both yes and no. The helmet itself doesn't include any wearable, but the toolkit that the project develops definitely also includes wearable devices.
Because I know a smart helmet also including a watch, a smartwatch, and because of the communication, especially in the hazards area, maybe there's no electricity, no communications, something like that. So you need to have some type of security, let's say, communications.
Yeah, the project develops solutions for field communications, for deploying different types of communications in the field in order to facilitate the communication from different components to central points of the architecture of the project. So definitely this is also covered, and we'll be happy to share with you information about that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, please, in the back.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Both the Japanese presentation, the first presentation shows about the changing in the first responders work, how it will broaden the people that is participating. And normally when something happens, there are other services involved and citizens involved. And there are the technologies, and it was the Eagle project presented. But what I wonder is that in Horizon Europe is focusing also first responders and second responders, other services that need to be considered when situations are happening. So do you have some experiences to share? It was the first presenter, Professor Tanaka, I think. And also it was also in the European presentation, some consideration to these second responders and widen the people that can benefit from your research.
So are you expecting from Japan side an answer for that, or from the
I
EU
was
side?
asking both because it was in the first presentation from Japan and it was in your presentation as well. So it was spontaneous volunteers, but also I'm looking for the citizens and widen your reflections on that from both sides. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if Tanaka-san is listening to us and if he can connect to provide an answer on that.
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
訳していただけると助かります。
Please interpret for me then.
Okay, so in Europe there is a discussion now about first and second responders, and we would like to know how if there is a similar concept in Japan, and how you are handling this.
清織の先生、聞こえないんです。いや、日本語は聞こえないんで、わかんないんですけど。
I cannot hear the Japanese interpretation. Tanaka-san, is it?
Tanaka-san is probably in the English channel.
Yes.
田中さん、日本語のチャンネルに変更したら多分聞くことができます。右下、
So Mr. Tanaka, please just choose the Japanese button at the bottom. There's a mark like a world at the bottom of the screen. If you click that, you can choose Japanese. So the interpreter will repeat the question.
Could you translate again?
Shall I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
No, that's okay. I have it.
Okay.
Hi. 日本でもですね、やはり
In Japan, we do have that topic discussing second responders as well as first responders. And in the emergency and medical response teams, as well as we have a disaster prevention system, organization made by the general public. And this type of organization has a focus on the type of skills that first responders need and their training in those skills that are necessary for response. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Tanaka-san.
ありがとうございました。すいません。ズーム不慣れでごめんなさい。
I'm sorry, I'm not an expert in Zoom.
No problem, no problem. Okay, so I'm giving the floor to Vangelis to talk about the EU side, I guess.
Yeah, I think it is the case in many European projects that are working with technologies for first responders to support basically this concept of first responders and second responders. I mean, the majority of the project is discussing about multi-agency collaboration, about tools that can assist in the supportive roles of the second responders. There are many cases where volunteers or citizens or bystanders are discussed or are considered to be included in response activities. It is not always easy, though, to implement in operational practices, as it requires extensive training, as it requires extensive deployment experience in order for the second responders to be able to effectively support the first responders in specific cases in response.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Vage. Am I heard? So thank you, Vangelis, for this intervention. I don't know if the question has been answered adequately. Okay, so thank you very much. I think that we have one pending question.
Horst Kremers, Berlin, Germany. My question is on the Angel test implementation. For me, it would be, it's absolutely modern methods, absolutely modern technology. I appreciate very much. I'm a computer scientist and information scientist, so that is a thing that is really going on. It's needed to be tested because we have the task. Nevertheless, what are the consequences of having such advanced methods and technology for the practitioners, not from the test? You have to do the test, where all these things are probably, I think, operated and guided by the scientists partners. What would be the long-term practitioner's perspective? Who is doing that? In general practice, it is chief of the fire brigade secretariat. No, sorry, I just make a joke. But I'm looking for what is the human resources consequences, what is the technology requirements of the law protection agencies from this. When I, in Germany, talk to big organizations in disaster reductions, and I would tell them, how about some quantum computer buy-in? Probably they wouldn't have that themselves. They would be astonished at the moment, probably. But if we have a perspective to do that in 5 years, at least in broad practice, because we have all the problems, that would be helpful. How to go forward? What is the experience in that project in terms of implementing that in the consequence of the agencies?
Okay, I don't know if Professor Tjerino is available to give an answer to that. I don't know if you have heard the question.
Yes, I have heard the question. Thank you very much for your question. So if I understand, the question is basically, what are the consequences of technology in situations for first responders in the real world? If that's what I understood from the question. I think it is important to advance technology. And in human history, we have seen that it is major events that actually are the catalysts for the advancement of technology and the applications for the general public. So I am very proud that I'm part of this effort with inter-country, inter-organizational, inter-institutional effort in which we are trying to come up with solutions that will address this need to respond to real life situations. Yes, it's true that these technologies are being tested in controlled environments, but that's the process. I mean, yes, it goes from technology to products. But something very important that we should not ignore is that in all of the efforts that we are representing here in this event, there is also involvement, very high involvement by first responders. So we're talking about medical teams, we're talking about firefighters, we're talking about civil agencies, rescue associations, and they have given significant input to the technologies. So it's not just us creating a tool from scratch, like is usually the case, but we are getting a lot of input, very valuable input for practitioners. So I think that makes a big difference. And because it's an international, interagency, interinstitutional effort, I think we are getting many different perspectives that are very important to be able to take this to real life situations. I would be surprised if some of these technologies do not make it into general use. This is how we advance. Technology had a big leap after we put the man in the moon, and in this case, we do not have to put a man in the moon. We just have to save lives, and any life is very important. So I don't know if that answered your question, but that's my take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tijerino. I understand that you are requesting more like what is the technical infrastructure that is needed for all that, and who is going to be the authority coordinating this?
Yeah, that would be probably most useful in the situation room. Use the result of the whole thing. Who is operating and what as a national organization? Who is doing that? Certainly not that buy-in, that practical realization probably is not with a single fire brigade. You see the technology and overhead and the knowledge necessary to do that. Even if you don't want to be specialist in quantum computer, nevertheless, you have to have a level of management to implement this, to make that available, to make these systems run for the result of the situation room. And that is exactly the thing that was mentioned, very good. We want to save lives. If it's life-saving, then we should not do it in 10 years, but we should do it in 4 or 5 years. So that is why that is pressing, because now there are the budgets, these budgets, as a practitioner, as a reality, as the budgets of investment and human forces is discussed now for a perspective of 3 to 4, 5 years. That is a pressing idea behind it.
Okay, so well, first of all, this tool is not something that it's for the control operations, for controlling the operations. It's connecting actually every device on the field. So it's a communication means where you are securing the communication between all the devices, and you are registering everything so that there is trusted information between multiple parties. So this information then is taken by the operations room, and it is used in this way. So whether this will be operated, at which level it can be operated, it can be operated even locally in a team that is operating, and then they know that they have a secure operation, but it can be escalated and it can be
also in a larger level. I hope I answered your question.
We are not expecting that we turn that on and off like a radio switch on and off or something. There must be, I'm talking about management. Everyone noticed here in the room, since 3 days, my questions are going in direction of what is the management consequences for practitioners and the technology implications of management. So if I need this service, should I have a company doing that service for me? Or how do we have to do that ourselves? If
this is something
the fire brigade unit certainly will not have the capability of installing all these technologies and taking care of the methods.
Yeah, this is something that that needs a lot more time than what we have, and it's also one part of the exploitation roadmap for the tool. But thank you very much.
If I may just answer very quickly.
Let's go for the remaining time to our discussion. I would like to start discussing the experience that we had, all of us, by working closely with our international partners. I would like to start with Professor Tadokoro, as I know that he has been in a very close collaboration with SINDEF and other CERIS partners. So, Professor, I would like you to give us to say some words about your collaboration and your experiences in collaborating with the European partners.
Yes, so I'm really enjoying this Cursor project because it includes the first responder organizations and also the research institutes. And the research institute consists of a very wide variety of specialties. The chemical people for the VOC sensors, really advanced sensors, and also the information processing is very interesting, and network people and so on. So I think such kind of the opportunity to collaborate and integrate every technology into the service is a very crucial, very interesting experience of mine. So yes, related to the last question. So I have a similar, I know similar solutions. That is Japan's early warning system. So as you may know, Japan has a early warning system for the earthquake shake for many years. But recently we have a tsunami early warning system. The service is provided by the Tohoku University, our university, because we have a supercomputer, and that simulation data of the tsunami prediction data is transferred to our government and some first responder organizations for the quick response. So the service has started maybe a few years, and it's really successful. And they are planning to apply the quantum computing for this purpose. So it simulates the flow of the evacuating people and so on. Then, if it is successful, it could provide some guidance to the people who are escaping from the tsunami and other disasters. So in that way, the service by the advanced technology is really have the let's say the kind of the future potential good service. So I believe we have to promote it. But in order to make it in real service, we need a tight collaboration with the users and the end users, and also the solution providers, as well as the government and local government, and yes, so many people collaboration. So yes, I'm really happy that I experienced the collaboration with many people in the US. So I don't know the major difference between EU and Japan, but yeah, in EU, in Germany, I think they don't have many earthquakes, but in Greece and Italy, they have so many, and it's really terrible sometimes. So yeah, we share the same problem. So I think we can share the technology to save human life and keep our security.
Thank you very much, Professor. Let's move to the European side again for the same question. So Lefteri, since you are the Korean here, can you share with us some experiences from your collaboration with Kiro?
Yeah, definitely, Tassos. What to say? It's definitely interesting. It's by default interesting, even because it was among the first times that we had to collaborate with institutes outside Europe, probably with other ways of doing research. Definitely, there are also obstacles, even the language barriers, even the time zone differences in the ecosystem of European EU-funded projects. We do have also our processes about our meetings, about our deliverables. If there is a plan, I would say, to continue these types of collaboration that, as we saw, now prove to be really effective and with concrete results, definitely we should take into account how we may better integrate in our processes these organizations, or in general organizations outside Europe. What I would like to mention is that for the Ingenious Consortium, it was really evident and clear that it's a really big advantage for a research institute to have this type of facility, as I showed before. And it was proved during the development of the solution how fast they were able to do tests to validate the solutions. I would say, contrarily to the case of research institutes in Europe, that usually they don't have direct access. They do have to take advantage of collaborations in the context of EU-funded projects, but this is not always directly feasible. So this is what I would like to mention. It was a great experience for us to collaborate with our Korean partners, not only due to the results that we had in the development of the solution, yet to be further validated in the pilots, but also in order to see the benefits of having access to these types of facilities, and to consider or to propose from our side the necessity for developing, for example, centers of excellence that research institutes may have access to equipment and facilities in order to test the developed solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. I agree with you that indeed it's a very nice, a very good experience. You get access to a different mindset and to different facilities. Also, our Japanese partner, they had access to this training center that, and we did some initial testings also there for FASTER. Yeah, it is important to I think to continue this collaboration because we are gaining experience with that. I have also seen that in general Japanese organizations they seem to be more flexible in implementation and in their activities, also in terms of funding and procedures. This was something that was very surprising. For example, we were organizing a pilot, and Professor Tijerino told me that he would go overnight to a 24-hour store and buy a drone that was needed for the next day. That was amazing. Yeah, but definitely it was a good experience. So besides the language and the time zone, do you think that there were other challenges that we had, Tina?
Yes, also quite administrative challenge, shipping technologies from Japan to Europe and back. It's just, yeah, we are depending on shipping companies, and yeah, it's at least for Cursor, it has been a challenge. But additional to that, I would like to add for the first question that what we gain from this cooperation is the knowledge from Japan, the experience. And if we talk about search and rescue, then they have the experience how to what is needed in this kind of disaster. So for Cursor, this is very valuable input from Japanese partners. But yeah, for challenges, of course, we are different cultures. This is something that we both parts have to accept and consider when working together. But all in all, it is beneficial for both parties. So it's no doubt.
Thank you very much, Tina. I would like to go to Professor Tijerino once again. Can you give us also the experience from your side? And also, I would like to make this more concrete towards comparing the funding frameworks in EU and in Japan, since you have seen both sides how they work.
Yes, thank you for the question, Tassos. Yes. Well, one fortunate thing about this project is that it has really opened many different perspectives as to funding. Yes, the funding in Japan it's very strict as well. We have certain rules, and we have to pass a lot of testing from the government in order to qualify for funding, ethical certifications and other kinds of certifications before we can apply for funding. But there are many funding avenues. There is in industry avenues, there is government avenues. There is at least 3 organizations in Japan that support funding for collaborative research with Europe and other countries. And I think this is in place for a very good reason to promote this type of collaboration and this type of exchange of ideas, exchange of technologies. We all have our own challenges as well. The funding is always controlled through a single portal. I guess it's very similar to Europe. There's a single portal where you go in and have to interagency reporting for all of your funding that you have received, how you're using it. There's a lot of controls as to your results, your publications. But there's always opportunities, and industry plays a big part in it. I don't know if that's the same case in Europe, but at least in Japan, we have that opportunity as well. And depending on the university, there is also opportunities, and I guess the institutions, opportunities to work with industry towards creating products as well. I think that's something that, if I'm not wrong, Professor Tradokoro is also pursuing as well. I'm doing it myself. Angel is also a company after we provided this, and the government totally accepts this. At least the university does, because it's a way to disseminate the results of the research. I don't know if I answer your question 100%, but I think there's many similarities. There are also some difference. Like, I think when you mentioned that I had to buy a drone, and I went to a store in downtown Osaka in the middle of the night. I think it was like 2 o'clock in the morning, and I purchased a drone. And I guess the connotation there was that in the case of Europe, you wouldn't be able to do that because you had to do some type of I don't know, put it public, make it public so that people could make bids. In our case, we can do this type of purchases up to certain amounts. So this was less than 50,000 yen, and I could do that. If we had 50,000 yen, it's about 400 euro. So if it's around the price, then it's okay. Anything above that, then it has to go through a more strict process. But yes, we have certain flexibilities like that.
Okay, so given that I know that you're a serial entrepreneur, I would like to pose the last question for this session. So, how would you advise partners in Europe to proceed in order to exploit their tools in Japan?
In Japan, you have to have a partner, and this type of collaborations actually do help. It's very difficult to come to Japan to promote a technology or a product unless you have a partner. That has been my experience in the 40 plus years that I have been related to Japan. So with a partner who is willing to take your technology to the next level, meaning the product level, it makes things a lot easier. So I highly recommend that when you do your next projects and you invite Japanese partners so that they can open also the avenues for you to promote your products in Japan.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for participating in the discussion. I hope that this was interesting also for the audience. All this information on international cooperation and how things are working in Europe and Japan. Special thanks to all the partners from Japan that participated in the session. I would like to steal one minute to say that FASTER has been organizing this whole week a symposium where different actors from EU and Japan have participated, and this is all information that will be also made available through YouTube publicly, both in English and in Japanese. Also, it's an effort to promote our projects and all the cluster projects to Japan, offering publicly also a Japanese version of those videos. So as soon as we have wrapped up everything and we have organized it as a project, we will, and through the cluster, we will try to share as widely as possible those videos. And Felipe, if you can also participate in this dissemination, that would be absolutely great. So thank you all for participating. Let's go for our coffee. Huge thanks to our amazing panel. And well, let's go to the next session. We go to the next session, which will show an inventory of tools that have been created by this cluster, not only by the projects that are chairing this session, but all the cluster projects. Thanks a lot.
Yes, I just have a short announcement regarding the agenda for this afternoon. Since, well, the days are a little bit long, we will be having the Pandem 2, you know, on pandemics presentation at 1:45. So we will start 15 minutes earlier than foreseen. At 1:45, we will continue with the fire-in as scheduled, but then we'll finish at 3:45. So we'll not have break, and I think that everybody will be happy because it's quite long days. Okay, so please be back, you know, on the at lunch at 1:45 to ensure that we are running the end of the meeting smoothly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Philippe, for this announcement and for handling this meeting in this excellent way. Now, in the technology of first responder sessions, we are going to proceed to its second part, which, according to the agenda, is related to inventorying technology of first responders and discussing on their added value and operational challenges. And as mentioned in the slide, we have selected to somehow categorize them in 4 thematic areas, which are going to be mentioned in detail during the next presentations. Again, I'm Eleftheros Zounoglou from Institute of Communication and Computer Systems, and I have the honor and the joy to, in the context of the Ingenious project, to co-chair this session together with FASTER, CERIS-FASTER, and Intrepid project. And as Tassos mentioned before going for the coffee break, this presentation that we are going to give is not only an effort made by the four projects that are co-chairing this session. We again tried to be creative, try to think out of the box and what we usually do. Instead of presenting just our projects, to try to take advantage of strong collaboration that we do have in the context of the DRS02 cluster with other related projects, and let's say take a first step in order to somehow collect important information that would believe that it would be really helpful either for research institutes, SMEs, but also users involved or interesting to be involved, and other stakeholders to be involved in the EU-funded research, to have a really good picture about what is being developed, how it responds to the needs of first responders, and how it could make the next steps also in the Horizon Europe framework. The projects, let me go back just to mention also the additional projects are the Sensor Rescue, Responde, the Nightingale project, Team Aware, and MedFirst MR. And we are looking forward definitely also to the contributions coming from other projects participating in the cluster. The idea, as I said, was to try to create an inventory of the solutions that have been developed and are still being developed in the context of DRS02 projects. So we may have a look in the definition of inventorying, actually making a list of something or entering something in a list. I had to somehow hide some words. The definition is to make a complete list or every book to be entered in the list. No, it's not exhaustive. The list that we have created is just the start, the first steps made. We do believe that it's an interesting activity to be taken and, for example, end up with a really good report, even including also related requirements, related identified gaps. And when this cluster of projects will come to their finalization, to exit from the Horizon Europe with a really good report on what has been developed and what are the identified gaps for the future to be covered. So the idea is to collect and consolidate information about the solutions developed in H2020 DRS02 projects in different thematic areas. We try to establish some categories regarding the thematic area, but also the IFAFRI gaps covered, also the INSARAG ASR levels, but we are really open and we would be really grateful for suggestions from all the sides about what would be the different categorizations that we may follow in order to somehow be able also in the semantic level to better organize these solutions. We try to do so, but we plan definitely to identify similarities, differences, or complementarities between the different solutions, and this could lead definitely to potential synergies. As I said, it's an ongoing process. First results to be presented today, but we are really positive, and we are definitely looking forward to continuing this effort in the context of CERIS, definitely. I'm not going to speak about the IFAFRI capability gaps in all the detail. They are really well identified, really well described by the International Forum to Advance First Responders Innovation, which is focusing on enhancing and expanding the development of affordable technology and innovative solutions to improve first responder safety, efficiency, and effectiveness. There are 10 areas in which new or improved technologies are needed according to IFAFRI. So we try to categorize our solutions according to them and try to make some interesting statistics. And also the INSARAG ASR levels. INSARAG is the International Search and Rescue Advisory Group, a network of disaster-prone and disaster-responding countries and organizations dedicated to urban search and rescue and operational field coordination, mainly establishing standards and classification for USAR teams and methodology for international response and coordination in the aftermath of earthquakes and collapse structure disasters. This may not include all the disasters, but definitely having collapse structures is many times the case in several disasters. There are 5 levels, including the wide area assessment, worksite triage assessment, rapid search and rescue, full search and rescue, and total coverage search and recovery. There are really detailed reports about them by INSARAG explaining the different levels that could be appended to this report in order to support the readers of this report. And we used initially a template for collecting the information for the different projects. This includes some indicative photos, the thematic areas that include robotics and unmanned vehicles, sensors, wearables, and mobile devices, mission critical systems, including C2 and communications, as well as augmented and virtual reality. And the template also included a brief description, what is the main functionality, what are the main capabilities, what are the use cases, and the organization that develops the solution. Some examples of what are the reports that we have collected, several of them, and we're expecting to receive even more of them. And I will start with the first category regarding robotics and unmanned vehicles. Starting with our little Smurf in the context of the Kelso project, which is developed. I'm facing some problems with the monitor here. It's actually flashes all the time, so I have to switch to the big monitor. So I don't know if it is easy to fix the problem. As I said, I'm starting with the Smurf developed in the context of the Kelso project. We discussed in the previous session about the collaboration with Tohoku. Also, SINTEF participates for mechatronics, human-machine interface, cameras, audio system integration. ICCS focuses on the communication solution and the localization system. SEA and Uniman for the chemical sensing platform that it's integrated. It is a small mobile robot prototype with several sensors being installed used in search and rescue operations for finding trapped victims under the debris. 2 IFAFRI gaps are covered. I'm not going to discuss this in detail. We don't have the time for this, but as I said, we collected some interesting statistics for all the solutions. Now in the Intrepid project, Robotnik is developing what it is called Intrepid UGV, a wheel-legged robot with articulated arm and advanced autonomous navigation capabilities. It is dedicated to the exploration of dangerous and cluttered areas with several sensors, including LiDAR and cameras. In the context of FASTER, autonomous vehicles, again developed by Robotnik, equipped with sensors, again, that can perform autonomous navigation and 3D mapping operations used in search and rescue operations to explore unknown areas, provide a 3D map of the environment, even transport equipment or find people or animals, covering a lot of IFAFRI gaps identified. Now, somehow related, since it is capable to transport equipment and to support the operations, the drone hopper copter NT3, developed by Drone Hopper Company, which is actually a light unmanned helicopter with custom ground control station system. It could also act as a UAV relay and also to support the delivery of medical supplies. And it supports manual as well as autonomous navigation capabilities, 10 kilos and 3 kilos of payload, a significant autonomy of 150 minutes and 5 kilometers mission range. And also the CERIS-FASTER from the Search and Rescue project developed by DFKI, which is a robust outdoor robot system with mounted sensors as shown in the picture. This includes chemical LiDAR and cameras, and also uses obstacle avoidance algorithms. It is used primarily for research tasks of autonomous self-evaluation and the detection of unspecified failures and disturbances, and can be used actually to scan hazardous areas prior to sending in the disaster area dogs or humans in order to reduce their risk and endangering their lives. Several IFAFRI gaps, definitely, as you can see, are covered. A comment from my side that many of the technologies developed in the DRS-02 context are related to the risk management phase of response, but several also included, you can see in the slides, that are related also to preparedness, but definitely the main focus is to the response phase. Now, in the context of the Ingenious project, the MAX drone developed by DLR, a modular aerial camera system for search and rescue, consisting of VTOL drone and a special camera system that generates and provides a map of a region of interest and its surrounding in order in order to have a fast disaster assessment, and provides also large-scale situational picture for fast disaster assessment at large scale. From FASTER project, again, the Drone Hopper Company provides actually a complete system, hardware, but also software, in order to control a launch UAV swarm missions. The user is able to specify 2D and 3D maps with automatic route tracing and mission assignment for its drone. Also, video streaming is supported for search and rescue operations, including real-time RGB and thermal camera, but also aerial sensing. Several IFAFRI gaps covered, for example, obtaining critical information remotely about the extent or to detect and monitor and analyze passive and active threats and hazards at scenes in real time. And from the Team-Aware project, somehow different idea here, EU Center Foundation, together with the Computer Vision and Multimedia Laboratory of the University of Pavia, Italy, they're developing an integrated system of one or more UAVs with mainly optical payload, but the main focus here is to improve the situational awareness when it comes to any detected damages in the infrastructure. So there is visual detection of damages on structures, within the critical event area, provide information to the first responders regarding damages to structures and infrastructure based on AI analysis to ensure the safety of the area in order for them to respond to the event. Now, in the context of Intrepid, an indoor UAV developed by ALX, which is a small and robust drone dedicated to explore in an autonomous way complex or cluttered environments, alone or with other UAVs. It could be actually also an actuator for environment manipulation, for example, operating switches or buttons. It could provide also 3D mapping in order to support its autonomous navigation. And it has other significant capabilities related to plug and play, payload board, and the exploration and scan of mapping of buildings. Several IFAFRI gaps again being covered, as will be explained also in the statistics. Now, in the context of the Ingenious project, our partner FOI from Sweden, they're developing what it is called the Max drone, a multi-purpose autonomous exploring drone that explores and maps dangerous and complex indoor environments. It acquires a multitude of different sensor data, visual images, thermal images, 3D data, temperature and gas detections, while in the same time building a 3D map in order to support its navigation. Could be applied in search and rescue damaged blocks of buildings after a disaster that affected critical infrastructure, or even an attack in public space with damaged buildings and trapped victims. Two additional contributions, somehow again out of the let's say main context that has been discussed before. The Ingenious Means drones developed by Sintef is a micro indoor drone that supports the localization of first responders in semi-collapsed and dangerous buildings. The way that this is done is by creating a self-deployed mesh network of drones in order to track the movement of first responders while operating indoor in indoor environments, and definitely this would lead to safer rescue operations and provide solutions to the indoor localization, especially in GNSS denied environments. And also in the context of the Nightingale project, what it is called the UAV for triage, again developed by FOI, that it is designed in order to autonomously explore a mass casualty incident area and based on AI technologies to detect injured persons based on their body position, movement, sound data, temperature, but also based on images extracted by features extracted by images in order to identify blood or fractures in bones. And here are the statistics, at least for the first category. As you can see, three main gaps are covered, and when it comes to ASR levels, mainly the three first levels when it comes to the stages of responding to an event are covered by robotics and unmanned vehicles. I would like now to give the floor to Tassos Dimou to continue with sensor, wearables, and mobile devices.
Okay, thank you. Well, we will proceed in the same fashion. I know that this is, quite a lot of information that you are taking, but you will have the presentations later, so you can also browse through the technologies, and you can ask questions to the partners. You can communicate with them. Next, we are talking about sensors, wearables, and mobile devices. Starting from FASTER has developed a chatbot application that it is directed mostly to volunteers. So the idea of this bot is to have a mission management tool where you can give missions to the volunteers, and they can automatically provide back feedback to the command and control center. And this can be done from your phone without needing to install any new application, just through Telegram application. The gaps that are covered from this is to incorporate information from multiple non-traditional sources, interoperable communication with responders, and also it is about creating actionable intelligence on the spot. So the second tool is about smart textiles framework, which is actually a design that you can wear. It integrates several sensors that measuring biometrics, but it also can integrate some external sensors. And all this is collected through a mobile device, and then it is transferred to the command and control center. Again, IFAFRI gaps that are covered here are to monitor and analyze threats for first responders, to rapidly identify hazards, also through the external sensors, and to monitor the physiological signs of the responders. So MORS is a tool that is used for haptic communication between first responders in environments that are more challenging, or there is too much noise, or there shouldn't be any noise. For example, in an earthquake scenario, where the first responder, through his smartwatch, he can do some gesture, and this gesture is automatically translated to a message that is sent to all the other first responders and the command and control center. And also, FASTER has an animal wearable that is for K9 units, and it helps geolocating the animals, detect barking, and also try to use those for activity recognition. The building situation tool from FASTER. This is actually in the border of situational awareness and sensors, because it is a tool that collects information from all the sensors that are inside the building, and this can be connected to a C2 to help first responders. Then we have the K9 vest that is developed by ICCS through the Ingenious project. That also aims to increase the operational capacity of the K9 unit, and it provides GPS, a dual video stream, and bidirectional audio. So again, for Ingenious, you have already seen the smart helmet that is being developed by Kiro, and it aims to provide capabilities like optical and infrared cameras, a headset audio, localization, wireless communication. So all this is implemented in a single device that can also work autonomously without a mobile device, as we mentioned before. Ingenious also provides the smart uniform processing pack that is developed by Technicare. and it is a lightweight and tracked device that can be attached to the uniform of a first responder, and this offers multi-purpose sensing, processing, communications, hardware, and it is suitable for a harsh environment. Moving forward, but again with Ingenious, we have the smart boots, which is a wearable tool that is connected with the rest of the Ingenious toolkit, and it is used for localization, having an in-sole sensors, and the boot edge software that is hosted by the uniform. Next tool, again by Ingenious, is the quantum cascade laser that is used for detecting gases, and it is developed by Alps Lasers. Again, for Ingenious, we have the integrated positioning system that calculates the first responder's position in both indoors and outdoors environment, and it enables a fast and reliable self-localization in both environments. Victim triaging, again from Ingenious and ICCS. This tool has 3 parts. It's a wearable device that presents in a visual way the emergency status of the victim, identification of the victim, a mobile application that controls a wearable device that can collect information about the victim, and third, a platform that can collect all this information and send it to the command and control system. So moving to Intrepid, we have the Intrepid mobile app that is developed by CS Group. It is a mobile application to equip first responders on the ground, and it allows them to have access to information related to their position, and also to securely communicate with other agents in a single device. Then we have the real-time processing devices that are developed by FOI. And it's a positioning system that provides multi-level accuracy positioning, both indoors and outdoors, without requiring any additional infrastructure. Moving to MedFirst-MR, the training system, it's an innovative and easily deployable smart wearable technology that allows monitoring physiological data to assess the stress of the trainees during the training. And this solution allows for a fast and easy to wear device for the monitoring of the trainees' biosignals throughout the whole training. Data that are collected are heart rate and heart rate variability, oxygen saturation, respiration rate, movement log, and the ID of the wearable. Next tool is from Nightingale, and it is developed by ICCS and UPV. It's a triage bracelet and app, plus an earplug device. So what this tool does is that it gathers biometrics from victims and patients and uniquely identifies patients and collects all this information to an app and an information management system. Moving to respond A, we have environmental sensors that can be integrated by in first responders jacket, so a wearable solution that can measure toxic gases and radiation, and it monitors constantly the conditions of the operation so that it can alert first responders in case of risk. And the sensors are developed by Hellenic Instruments. Next tool is from Nightingale, and it is developed by LDO, and it is a standoff high-resolution RGB and thermal cameras that allows for rapid thermographic screening of an area and for groups of citizens, and the delineation of body parts depicting the thermal screening, so that we can identify also fractures with thermography. Okay, I'm having the same problem with the screen again. So I will turn my back, please don't be offended. So we have a spectrography solution from the Search and Rescue project and the National Technical University of Athens. It's a handheld or backpack device for monitoring chemical compounds. And also from Search and Rescue, we have the obstacle detection and avoidance system that uses a lidar and cameras to detect obstacles in the first responders that can pose risks. And the developed software includes some interpretation capabilities, so it uses traditional sensors, but providing additional capabilities to them. And this is developed by Thales Italia. Okay, we are closing to 15. So we have smartwatch applications that from Search and Rescue project. These are used to collect biometrics from the first responder, which include heart rate monitoring, timestamp, average speed, and other data available from the smartwatch. And also we have a GPS tracker technology that captures the location of a device or the first responder and sends it to the operations center. These tools are developed by Connectable Technologies and the University of Cagliari, respectively. So back to the Search and Rescue project, we have a 6-gas hazard monitor.
My hand.
Okay, it's a portable monitor that can detect toxic and explosive gases on the field. And it is again developed by the University of Cagliari. And we also have here from the TeamAware project and the company Dune, a wearable device that is used for continuous outdoor or indoor localization system. This tool, it is using IMU, compass, and GNSS information to produce accurate localization for first responders. Okay, so again in team-aware project, and the screen going on and off. So we have from an activity monitoring system that is using IMU and health sensors to know the health condition and also the body posture of the first responders. We also have from Thales the visual inertial localization system in GNSS denied environments that is developed by Thales, and it is a helmet that is enhanced with integrated localization in an all-in-one solution, as all its parts, including processing and battery, they are integrated. Along with position estimation, the helmet can provide guidance to the first responder in order to backtrack to the building's entrance. Next tool from team-aware project is a community involvement and city integration system that it is integrating citizen input, but also data from city IoT devices, so social media analysis and city IoT devices, and it is sending all this information in C2 systems, and it is developed by Innova Integra. And we have also the acoustic detection systems that it is developed by Microflone, Avisa, and CERIS, which is an acoustic sensor node that it is using acoustic particle velocity sensors, and it enables it to describe a sound field also for very high noise levels, enabling algorithms to be developed for reverberant conditions. So last tools in this section, we have a mobile interface for first responders that is developed by Enide Solutions, and this interface provides awareness to first responders about ongoing emergency scenarios, and it provides them the related information, and it supports communication with the command center. And last tool, it's the wearable chemical detection system that it is developed by ITEX, and it is a wearable solution to detect dangerous chemical compounds that can exist in the disaster areas. And this is a tool to reduce the risks for first responders operating in hazardous environments. And it is related to the IFAFRI GAP 3 to rapidly identify hazardous agents and contaminants. Okay, so this is a small overview of the solutions that we have described here. We have 30 solutions in total, as you can see. We have a coverage in a different level of all the IFAFRI gaps and all the
well, and the first 4 ASR levels. Thank you so much, and I give the floor to Evangelos Dongos to go on with mission critical systems and C2N communications. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tassos. I am Evangelos Dongos from Astrial. We develop C2 systems. So naturally, I will presenting this session, continuing the marathon of presentation technical solutions. Just before going there, since there are 25 solutions here in this category for C2, command and control systems and communication, I just want to stress again that the effort of the clustering projects has been to create such a list in order to support synergies between technical partners, since we are having quite a lot, I would say, projects developing technologies for first responders, having also the first responders the opportunity to, after publishing this material and after we further analyze it, it is work in progress, to be able to check and see what it can be appropriate for them, what they are missing. And in this way, it is also, I would say, quite easy and practical to identify gaps on tools that we don't really develop, tools that could be underfunded in some cases or might even need it. So this is, I think it's quite useful input for the Commission as well to have such a list from all the projects that develop technologies for first responders. I will try to be a bit quicker because I think we are a bit behind schedule, and also for another 2 purposes. That one, what is important to stay with you is the project, the representative name of the technology, the partner that is developing, and the category. And the second reason, I have a flight to catch. So going to technologies that are developed by FASTER. This is a PG, Common Operational Picture System. So a web-based, map-based application that conveys information to the first responders, gathers information developed by engineering. We have also in FASTER Angle that is being developed by KGU and IBIRC. I think it has been elaborated earlier. It's a system that provides a decentralized ledger technology that safeguards information that is circulated between different tools of first responders. Then we go to, again, staying to FASTER, we have the social media analysis module developed by Links Foundation. It is a platform that aggregates information from social media posts, basically at the service of first responders. Again, within FASTER communication solution, a UAV communications relay service, in order to convey coverage communication to locations where networks do not exist, to support first responders operation and communication exchange. Moving on, we have within FASTER again Rescue, developed by Concert Laboratory of the University of West Attica. It is a communication device, again, that is not depending in any communication infrastructure, so it's self-sustained and extends the coverage for the first responder operations in order to exchange information. Going to Responde Ex Bello by 8 Bells. It is a 5G application, low latency, high bandwidth application that creates a tactical communication bubble in areas that communication does not exist, and allows to first responders to exchange a multitude of information. Moving on, Maestro, again within Responde, developed by IANUS. It is an incident management system to be used by different civil protection agencies. in order to increase their effectiveness and efficiency of operations. Another communication solution within Respond A, developed by NCSRD on the RAN part and Athonet on the core, a 5G base station practically that is being deployed in the field. Within Respond A, here it is a backend service, basically a data format fusion service that allows, it provides a mechanism for basically extracting intelligence from a large amount of information and from data developed by 8Bells. Moving on, Ingenious project, two services, a fusion engine and an expert reasoning service developed by Exus and CERT respectively in the same domain on comprehending, analyzing data from multiple sources, enhancing intelligence and providing alerts, alerting based on combination of data coming from multiple sources. We continue with the Common Operational Picture C3 tool by Satways within Ingenious project, which is an incident management system sharing the common operational picture between the different agencies. CERT within Ingenious is also developing a social media application that is handling information coming from Twitter or other social media accounts in order to give additional information to the first responders about what is going on in a disaster scene, basically. Within Team Aware project from Havelsan, there is a chemical dispersion model tool. So basically this is a simulation and modeling tool that allows the first responder to understand better the dynamics of chemical leakages and what are the dangerous areas. CISIS, Community Involvement and City Integration System by Innova Integra within TeamAware again. It integrates input from citizens via an app and is analyzing again data from social media. TeamAware, the mobile interface for the first responders by Enide Solutions. It provides first responders. Sorry, yeah. Thanks, Leferi. So the mobile interface for first responders by Enide Solution within TeamAware. It allows first responders to communicate to each other with a mobile application, exchanging information, increasing their awareness about ongoing disaster scenarios. Going then to Nightingale, a service on damage control and AI-based diagnosis and prognosis developed by TREE, which is a service that allows, based on biometrics and physiological data, to identify what is the status of a victim, the medical status of the victim, and what can be the prognosis of its condition. Again, within Nightingale, resources and assets optimization service developed by CERT in order to enhance the way that first responders in the field can have access to supporting vehicles, ambulances, additional material that are far away. So an effort to optimize the time and process to get these important resources to the field. Within Nightingale, a command and control and coordination and incident management system sharing the common operational picture in a multi-agency setup, call taking, dispatching, map-based visualization of information developed by Astrial. Moving on, a scenario builder component, not exactly a C2 system, but still within the mission critical systems that are to be used for training. So allowing the users to be able to create disaster scenarios and enhance their preparedness, enhance their training procedures. Moving on to search and rescue with SOT DSS by connectable technologies. It is a tool that optimizes, enhances the decision making process and provides also a recommendation for the allocation of resources and assets to first responders. Search and rescue and the Concord tool by connectable technologies. It's a cloud-based platform dedicated in crisis management operation. It supports existing coordination and decision processes in small or large-scale emergencies. Physio DSS by CNR. It is a part of search and rescue project, and it is a tool again to support decision-making in emergency health operations. It is focused on the physiological state of the victim and suggests optimal treatments. CERIS-FASTER, the Common Operational Picture and COPTERM component developed by Astrial. It's a multi-team, multi-agency incident management system with functionalities that are customized to INSARAG enabled operations. And some statistics about this thematic area, C2 and communication systems. As you can see, naturally, the gaps that we mostly, I wouldn't say cover, because the IFAFRI gaps are quite high level, open to interpretation to disaster scenarios, but the gaps that we are trying to support of IFAFRI with all these tools are basically the gaps that are related to actionable, creation of actionable intelligence, gathering of information from multiple sources, and enhancing the communication, the actual networking in the disaster scene, and also cover the majority of the ASR levels. And we are, with that, we have just finished with category 3 on C2 and COP and communications. So I will now give the floor to our colleague from Intrepid project, Rosen Maréchal, that I think she is connected online.
Yes, exactly, yes.
Great, Rosen, so the floor is yours.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you, everyone, and sorry for not being able to attend in live. I don't know if I share my screen or we can move forward with the presentation that is currently being displayed.
Rosen, it's up to you. It's you may select if you do have the presentation if in front of you.
Yes,
you may share your slides.
Okay. Okay, I will share. Just give me a second.
I was wondering if it could be an idea from our side to share the slides since they're integrated. Okay.
Do you see it properly? I guess yes.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is the fourth and last thematic area that's being addressed. So maybe you will see some overlap because there is a thin line between mobile device and mobile application, and also from the use of augmented virtual reality and mobile application first responders. So regard to the other thematic area, there is only quote unquote 12 tools that address this area. I will start with the AI-based application and then the mobile application. So the first 4 applications address situational awareness for first responder on the ground. The first tool is the FASTER situational awareness tool, which is developed by CS Group. And this is an AI application that is based on a free interface to access information either provided by other components or by the other first responder using the same AI device, such as position orientation, but also report of point of interest, for instance. So the idea is to have the access of the location of the responders, but also to detect and identify, for instance, threats and hazards at the scene while in real time. The second application also addressed situational awareness, but from interoperability point of view with a focus on the compliance with the OpenXR standards. It's a team-aware augmented reality application developed by Lucia NV. And it also addresses the objective to improve the situational awareness of first responders, again, with while being compliant with the OpenXR standard and being able to deploy on various devices. The third application is the Augmented Reality Response Platform, ARP, developed by CS Group from the project Ingenious. This platform is focused on offering support to practitioners, especially when they need full attention focus by filtering information and providing targeted assistance to the user and superimposing data to the real world to provide assistance, remote assistance to the AR user. So the idea is to enable to detect and monitor threats, but also to create intelligence from other sources that surround the first responder. And the fourth application dedicated to situational awareness for first responders is the AR mobile functions from Project Nightingale, developed by ICCS and Astrial, which provide an additional layer information for the first responders when in operation. Information that is co-registered with a real world background, either environment and location aware. And this Nightingale focus with emergency, medical emergency services. It includes sensor data, patient data, alerts, notifications, and mission checklists and statuses. So the idea is to enhance the communication between first responders regarding the condition of patients and or victims. The next two tools also rely on augmented reality, but to provide other functionalities beyond the use by first responder on the ground. The first tool is the FASTER UAV gesture control and extended vision. So this time the aim is to use augmented reality and to use HoloLens in particular, which is a mixed reality device, to interact with the drone on the ground in order to conduct all drone-related operations, for instance, search and rescue, or scouting on environments by enable gesture control of the drone, tracking, and also displaying of the drone camera feed. So the idea is to be linked with robotic teams by obtaining critical information remotely about the incidents and also the ability to conduct on-scene operations remotely. The second tool in the slide is the holographic COP by Project Intrepid, developed by CS Group as well. The holographic COP is also HoloLens based, and the idea is to display a mixed reality representation of the situation based on a building that is currently being explored to delocalize events and the position of agents, mostly for the command centers, and to be able to provide an immersive and interactive exploration of the situation. So the idea is to know the location of responders, but from a command center point of view, and their proximity to threat and hazards, and also to incorporate information from multiple sources for command operation. So this was the AR-based application. So now let's move to the mobile application. So the first two applications aim to improve communication between first responders. First, the chatbot by Project FASTER, developed by Links Foundation, which has description is rather short because it's already been described previously. It's about developing an Telegram application to enable communication between agents and also share information with the control room. So the idea is to better know the location of responders and to incorporate information from other sources than usual. The second tool is a multilingual operation application, MOA, from Project Ingenious, developed by Talent Group, which is, in this case, a speech-to-speech translation tool in order to ease communication between first responders from different countries and to facilitate the communication between international teams, in particular when using emergency codes and emergency processes. So the ability here, the capability here is to maintain interoperable communication in all environment. Now, then we have two mobile applications with two very different usage. First, it's a swap application from Project Nightingale developed by Particle, Innov, and DW, which is a citizen-geared application with online mode and offline mode, which include guidelines for triage by citizens, for tasking volunteers, and for prioritizing requests to PSAP and processing information. So the idea is to provide ability to incorporate information from non-traditional sources, in this case, into incident command operations. The second application, mobile application, is geared to first responders, a mobile application from Project Intrepid, developed by CS Group. The idea is for first responder on the ground to have access to the situation and to securely communicate with other agents with a single device that addresses several channels. It enables situation visualization, MCPDT, and incident management with tactile and screenless interaction depending on the use by the first responder. And the idea here is to maintain interoperable communication with first responders in all environmental conditions. The last two tools offer another level of capabilities by using augmented reality or mobile application at yet another level. The first one is a worksite operation application by Project Engineers provided by Exus. The idea is to have an application that queries the location and status from each effort and to use it for decision support and better coordination of the teams. So each first responders can have its health status and history of activity and equipment allocation notified. And the application also provides an overview of the victim identification procedures. This information can be used to create and depict statistics by classifying, filtering, and presenting data on the operator input. The idea is to know the location of responders and their proximity to threat and hazard, and also to monitor physiological signs of emergency responders. The second tool and last tool of this presentation is a training system by Project MediFirst AIM Air, developed by Refence, DDD, Plux, and IDENIA. The idea is to use mixed reality this time in training by enhancing realism when simulating patients, mannequins, and also simulating medical equipment into the mixed reality experience. So it enables scenario training and also medical training in the same mixed reality scenario for being more realistic. So here is some statistics about these tools. We have a total number of 12 solutions that address the augmented reality and mobile application thematic area. Quite logically, they mostly address GAPE 1, which is the location of first responders, GAPE 2, which is a detection of hazards and threats in real time, GAPE 4, which is the integration of information from non-traditional sources, and GAPE 5, which is the communication between first responders. And what is interesting is that they cover a very wide sample, both of capability gaps and also of ASR level supports, which means that this kind of solution can have a very wide application when in operation, either from command centers and from the first responders, also for training. So this is a very innovative field and which can address a lot of level support and a lot of capability gaps. Thank you for your attention. Stop sharing now.
Thank you very much, Rose, and thank you very much for the excellent way that you presented this section. Let me navigate quickly to the slide that I believe the audience was waiting for. We tried to somehow create some cumulative statistics about the 4 different categories, trying to understand if there is an interesting output, as mentioned by Vangelis, for example, to identify if there is any underfunded capability gap. I always wanted to use this laser. it's evident that the capability gap 10 that is related to appropriate and advanced personal protective equipment, it's not a field that technologies for first responders projects have focused. Probably it would be expected since it was not identified in the calls, but it seems that at least from our side, from the projects that are participating, no one took the decision to focus on this. For example, in Ingenious, yes, we bought a suite. We assumed that it is the best available, and we integrated everything. However, definitely there is a gap identified there. We have to think in the next years in the Horizon Europe framework how we may contribute further in this aspect. On the other hand, however, there are clearly some gaps that are covered in a significant extent. For example, the gap 4, the ability to incorporate information from multiple and non-traditional sources, seems something that several solutions have been developed. Also, the one related to the ability to monitor the physiological signs of emergency responders, several solutions, including wearables, including smart boots, including smart helmets or smart uniforms. Contrarily, also gap 3 related to the ability to rapidly identify hazardous agents and contaminants. It seems that we should focus more on supporting first responders, identifying if there are any hazardous contaminants, even in sub-ppm level as the requirement that we can see to exist in order to have a really early warning. And also the ability to conduct on-scene operations remotely without endangering responders. Yeah, there are several solutions. We do expect that through the advancements in robotics and UAVs, this capability gap is going to be further covered. Really happy to see that when it comes to AESR levels, it seems that our projects are really good when it comes to at least focusing in all these levels. It is a discussion, however, and I'm personally amazed not only by the contributions by the several projects, including ours, but also by the time efficiency that we achieved to have. So we have in front of us 20 minutes till the lunch that I would propose to take advantage of discussing, for example, the methodology that we followed. If this effort seems to be interesting, seems to have any value, how we may proceed. And also an important aspect that we are really happy also to have with us Tina from THW, and we can, I would expect we can actively discuss. Yeah, these statistics show which capability gaps our projects are trying to contribute, but it's a big discussion to be held, how we can validate that we actually contributed, and also how we can somehow integrate in this methodology a feedback to the IFAFRI, for example, or other initiatives in order to support them update the capability gaps based on our developments, based on the achievements, try to see in a methodological way how we can, in parallel, maintain the gaps as make them ensure that are constantly updated, and also from our side to be challenged for new developments. So really happy to have an active discussion with anyone in the audience, but also Tina, if you want also to comment regarding the way that we may validate that we actually contribute, and the way that we may integrate methodologically to what IFAFRI is doing.
Yes, thank you. I guess it's a very, very good overview where we are at the moment. And I guess it's a very good input for the Commission to see what is missing. And it's unfortunately sad for first responders that we are missing the protective equipment. And this is essential for first responders, that if first responders are not safe, then that they cannot rescue anybody. I guess this is a message for the next programs, and message for IFAFRI as well. So what we do in IFAFRI, we are also monitoring the technologies developed throughout the world. So our aim is, of course, close the gaps to provide this information to first responder agencies, that what is available on the market. And of course, what we done now for preparing for this CERIS event is valuable input. We merge it with global technology advancements. Yes, so what can I say? It's actually a very impressive picture that so many technologies are developed. Maybe one comment, it might be for first responders very complex. That it's a lot of situational awareness technologies, a lot of artificial intelligence, and this is not our daily field where we are moving. Or like the question here before, can first responders use these technologies without 2 years exhaustive training? But we have now the first step. The technologies are in the development phase. First responders are involved, and this is one of our role during these projects, not only to test the technologies, but also define the requirements, what we need, when we need, how we can use it. So that we don't have the situation at the end of the project that it's a nice piece of technologies, but it's so complex, it's so expensive, and it's not going to be used during deployments. And avoiding this, we have the steps that we start together with technical partners: scenario development, requirements definition, the needs from first responders. So it is a process. It's not that we are coming to the projects at the end and say, okay, this is what we like and this is what we don't like. So this is the process you see today, or the outcome of research projects. So I would only say that we have to continue. Obviously, all these technologies will not be on the market. Let's be realistic. But I hope that we have on the market technologies which are affordable, usable, intuitive for first responders. That should be our aim.
Please, Philippe.
React to what you just said. Well, first to say that I'm also amazed about what I've seen. Really, I did not expect this kind of compilation, and so congratulations for this. It's really fulfilling, in fact, gap analysis that are being done also, for example, from GRC, and information that we are requested to provide regularly within the commission. So congratulations. And I'm very also surprised to see how much you fit to IFAFRI. Was it directed by IFAFRI, this kind of inventory, or?
Since DHW is chairing IFAFRI and I'm the vice chair, so
yeah,
that's why we were collaborating.
It came naturally.
It was natural.
That's very good because well, I will inform I'm not dealing directly with IFAFRI, as you know, but my colleague Alexandra is doing that. Well, she should be aware of that, and I would like to get this compilation of information to be shared also via Alexandra to DG Home and to DG Eco, because DG Eco, you have heard on Wednesday that they are developing this UCP knowledge network, where they will have also a component on gap analysis, and this is really very essential information. There is something which may be interesting to add, are the information on the TRL levels that you have for different technologies, and as Tina indeed indicates, not all the technologies will be of maturity enough to go to the market. So it's good to highlight this, and there will certainly be a need to in a way categorize maybe or simplify maybe some information to avoid that indeed first responders are not completely overwhelmed, because it's such an amount of information that it's difficult for different policymakers and stakeholders. It's not that they are not able to tackle the information, but they are so much pressed by other duties that they will not take the time to read long information. So we need to be very synthetic and to make efforts in communication. What you have done is fantastic. I really appreciate this. But now there is maybe such an effort to be done to communicate in a proper way to policymakers, practitioners, and maybe industry, because they will read the information in a different way. But well, I'm really amazed. Thank you.
We're really happy also to hear that, Philippe. Actually, we were expecting that. We felt that it's going to be something unique and useful, but really happy to also validate this. Yeah, definitely. We should create an executive summary of our findings to be easily, let's say, received by stakeholders. Yeah, definitely also regarding the TRL levels. Someone should be able to filter based on the TRL level, although a gap may be covered or supporting its coverage, but if we want something ready to go to the market, yes, you should be able to filter this. We may consider even using an online platform that would facilitate this data. But we are really happy to hear that our effort, as I said before, just started, seems to be really useful.
Yes, Michel from Fire Project. I want in some words, not too much. First, very fantastic your job. Olivier this afternoon is doing a presentation about our dissemination phase in firing, and what you have presented, it's very fantastic. I confirm what said Philippe. We must, and we are very happy to see that, and I think if somebody of you is there this afternoon to discuss with you, because we need to use all your solution you provide, very important. My question is, why do you have, or did you not have technology providers studying exoskeletons for first responders?
Excuse me, could
exoskeletons.
Exoskeleton.
Yes.
Yeah. But we have to, let's say, well, no one proposed that. Tina, if you would like to comment.
We don't have these technologies in our cluster.
At least in our cluster, we are not aware of any technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we begin in France, we have in fire and rescue, we have a fire rescue service starting with that, and it's very difficult to find technology provider who study work with that. I say specifically for the need of fire and rescue. Okay.
So gap 11 exoskeleton. Justify. But you're completely right that significant efforts also by coordination and support actions, that they are actually focusing a lot on defining gaps, capability gaps, either in collaboration or not with the FAFRI. So yeah, we should merge. Probably one of the categorizations that we should use could come by a coordination and support action. So definitely we are more than happy to collaborate on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Stéphanie Albiro from FI Group, and I used to be a partner in the Driver Plus project that you may have heard of. You were talking about, like using maybe an online platform. So this is more of a suggestion. Like we developed a portfolio of solution back then, and you can find a full list of technologies for first responders that are already linked to some of the gaps. So DRMKC, IFAFRI, but also the Driver Plus gaps plus others. And I think it would be interesting maybe to, provide the inputs to the platform, which is uptaken by already ongoing organizations.
Yeah.
So that you can maximize your impact, because
it's
definitely perfect relevance for it.
Totally agree. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. The platform is mature. We are going to give the effort to collect all the information and take advantage of this platform. Definitely. Thank you very much for the suggestion.
Horst Kremers, Berlin. It was mentioned in the previous session that also would be need such view as you have generalized some certain management-oriented view on this collection of projects. One of the views would be that how does that plug in the work environment by human forces and whatsoever, what I mentioned. That also would be good to have somehow. If it's in the project, would be nice. If it's not in the project, please put it urgently, such views in the next project phase. The other thing would, especially from the augmented reality part of the whole thing, it comes to my mind that it would be necessary also to have a view in terms of information interoperability systems already working, because there are so many plugins you say I'm specialist also in geoinformation, environmental information, or so on. There are so many plugins in standards information infrastructure available in 3D, 2D, 3D, time-dependent information infrastructure for sensor data, for whatsoever. These kind of implicit use, not everyone has to be specialist in that, but to give the view of the potential that is using existing information infrastructures, because these projects do it. And I tell it, the thing is, then also we somehow would much broader appreciate the need in other fields of disaster risk reduction to go for exactly the same type of detailed information infrastructure. Those who work in it, they know there is a lot of work in that. But it's needed to do semantically clean and process-oriented work. And this would be more visible if you kind of generalize such views from these projects.
Okay. Hi, this is Haris Georgiou. I'm with HRTA. I'm the leader and scientific advisor. I don't want to steal time from all the others to discuss questions. I just want, first of all, to thank everyone in the panel. We are partners in all 4 projects as end users, so we closely collaborate with all of them. The second thing I want to mention is, as you see in the bars in the second plot, level 2 ASR from INSARAG means rapid search and rescue. So I want to just to make a context of what you show. You show 50-something technologies. Maybe it is a bit confusing for you. I assure you we have tested at least half of them in the field. We have been in part in all lab tests and field tests and pilots and everything, at least with half of them. So I can tell that they are useful and they are very to the point for our work. And third, for example, in ASR2, we search for people very fast within 1 or 2 hours after the event. For example, after an earthquake in a collapsed building. So there are 3 things to consider between having the notion of, okay, saving lives and the other notion of making very good technologies. So the middle part in these things are safety, efficiency, and robustness. These are the 3 things that connect the technologies with the needs in the field. So safety for the first responders. Obviously, we didn't have exoskeletons, hopefully in the next projects, maybe. But everything that has to do with the safety of the first responder is extremely important for us. Second, efficiency. Any tool that can do something to save time, to narrow down a search space, to focus a team on a specific part of the building, to coordinate the teams together. All these things are important and they actually lead into saving lives. And robustness is about having these tools reliable enough for us to use in the field. If you have, for example, yesterday we heard a few things about standardization. This is actually important because we develop tools that are compatible and resilient in the field for us. This is also an issue for saving lives. Not directly, I mean, no tool can save a life for a victim on its own. But when you combine all the things together, they produce the result that we need. And lastly, let me make a note about this. When we were deployed in a large fire in Attica 3 years ago, Mati, we had to search house by house, actually room by room, in order to find missing persons in the days after the event. Some of the families, they posted a few handwritten notes in the door, saying that we are all okay, you do not need to search here. this is a bit of information that we used in order to save us maybe an hour of search. So multiply this by 50 or by 100 using all these tools together, we're having a 100 times more situational awareness of the field, and you will understand why we are having all these 50-something technologies together. So this is not actually a question, but I wanted just to make a note and thank the panel.
Hello, everybody. My name is Rachele Brancaleoni. I represent the Gemelli Hospital or the Catholic University in Rome. First of all, I want to thank you because it's great to see the experience that from Eden and from ENCIRCLE that is somehow capitalized. I mean, what we call the catalog and what also, was did by Driver Plus. Just a few comments from my side. I think it would be nice to have the indication of the type of first responders or user that you are looking, that your tool is for. I wish to know if this is a dynamic repository, and if it is, if you are willing to include other initiatives or private companies which are developing tools that are relevant for the to the inventory itself. Then I would add to the template, since I was involved in Eden and ENCIRCLE, keywords for looking better at the, because otherwise it's app and it's a lot of apps. If there is a need for training for using those tools, somehow context, because I saw, for example, you have one of the tools developed by CNR. Actually, I know the guys who are developing that are my neighbors, Alessandro and Simona. But if you go in Italy and you ask for CNR, it's the Italian National Center for Research. So, it's pretty big. If to indicate if it the weight of the or the size, it may be good for, tools, physical tools, and the type of info or the unit of measurement used by the tool itself. This is really important when it comes to interoperability. We are sharing the same information with the same format.
Yeah, interoperability standards support.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal your notes, definitely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I think we need, there is one further remark. I would like just to say that what I've heard about missing gaps, well, just keep in mind that InfaFree is earmarked in a call that will be published in June. And there are a certain number of gaps that are being required, but please justify the fact that in the proposal, those who will present the proposal, what I hear here, it's a kind of selection of missing gaps that should be reflected in proposals, because all of the others are justified by your inventory. But just a tip, which I may say now, I will not be able to say that in early July.
I have a question. Can somebody open a window or two? It's very no air.
Yeah, it's so Marie-Christine Bonamo from PSC, Public Safety Communication Europe. I think it's a very impressive inventory with well-structured information. And of course, it could be completed by some further information like the TRL level. I think it's also a multi-purpose instrument. That was what mentioned Philippe. So it could be interesting for researcher, for industry, for first responder, crisis management organization, policymakers. So, and also as a conclusion, I would like to say that we all know that the difficulty of the research project is when it comes to exploitation. So I think that could be also a good basis to organize some exploitation event in the frame of IFA-free or in some other fora. So in order to support all the technologies that have been developed and to bring them a bit further so they are accessible and ready. Because if first responders see that, you could have very high expectation that is already available. In some cases, it's not already available. There is still some further work to be done. So I think that there will be efforts to be made also for the exploitation aspects.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Marie-Christine.
Very, very quick, Marina, because we are very, very late and we'll start earlier.
I think no, it's just a comment connected with the last comment. I think that it was very valuable. All the things that you have presented. I think that is a pity that, for instance, the people from the EIC accelerator didn't know about this, because there are things that if they are TRL high, they can be benefit from that, and there are many entrants to commercialize, to help to commercialize this. So I suggest to contact these people, and also because they are also aware or responsible of the innovation rather, and there are really good innovations here that can go to the market relatively faster.
Totally agree with you that in the process collecting this information, receiving feedback, definitely this is going to be a collaborative effort, should be expanded to other projects, to other colleagues. Yeah. Definitely, we should be in contact also with the Horizon Results Pusher, etc., in order to collect the information in a way that at the end would facilitate those developing the technology also to follow and take advantage of platforms already established. But we try to somehow also find a way to come all together, understand better what is missing, what are the complementarities. It's also a scientific process, not only thinking about the exploitation. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So thank you very much. I think that what the ideas are which are shared now are shaping the future series type of events, and you are really, in fact, involved in this co-creation. So this is very interesting, and I will come back to you all actually for this kind of suggestion, because well, it's nice to have meeting here because they're certainly a little bit too long, but we might also envisage to have cluster meetings, well, everywhere if you wish. But here, I think it's important to have policymakers coming, because they will not be traveling. But what is Marina and Marie-Christine the suggestion? This kind of exploitation-related event are very also interesting. I'm sorry for those, but we need to reconvene at 1:45. Remember, so it's why we need maybe to terminate now. So just.
Come here, Tash.
Yeah, 5 seconds. FASTER is actually one of the first projects for this in this cluster that is finishing end of April. So on the 4th and on the 5th of April, we have our final pilot. It is in Madrid. I would invite anybody who is interested to have the opportunity to test FASTER tools, to have a hands-on experience, or to connect online and follow the event. Please send us an email, and we will be happy to have you all. That's all.
Yeah, in fact, I've also messaged to the virtual people, not virtual people attending virtually. There is a chat request on recording issues and how it will be available. We will be ensuring that the presentations and the 3 days will be stored. I need to discuss with John. It will be maybe on the CMINE platform, but it will be made available.
Thank you very much.
I think that we have to reconvene, and I see, well, that the room is becoming more and more desertic. You see, after 3 days, people are exhausted and want to take back their plane or train back home. So I would like to reconvene this meeting, and I will give the floor to Jean-Luc Gala for issues related to pandemic crisis management, and we'll go on with the fire-in session as scheduled and terminate a little bit earlier than foreseen, so that we can duly rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philippe. Jean-Luc Gala from UC Louvain. I'm not Moira Connolly. She was on the program, but you notice that I'm not phenotypically, I'm quite different. And this is just because I got the mission to replace her. She couldn't make it. So Moira, if you are somewhere listening to us, hello. So having said that, I'm going to talk about the project Pandem 2, which is a Horizon 2020 project. And you know, I will not teach you much about pandemic because you have been trained intensively for 2 years about pandemic, so you are all expert into that. And you know how a pandemic propagates. But what I can say is when I composed the slide, it was before COVID-19, and we were warned at the EU level because we had some alerts already in the past about the damage that can be the consequences of pandemics. And you have here a few examples, and we launched Pandem 1 with the question, or the objective rather, to prepare for the next one. And we didn't know what would be the next one, but just after Pandem 1, the SARS-CoV-2 pandemics just arose. And you see that, and you know now that we have not really been properly prepared, and that some of the management was quite chaotic. And you see the major impact of having a chaotic management. So this is the landscape of Pandem 2. So this project is an IT project aiming to develop solutions for public health agencies of the different member states across the EU. So the goal is to be better prepared for future pandemics, even though we are in the middle of one, hopefully at the end of one, and to improve the response through innovation in information technology and in training of different key stakeholders. So not surprisingly, we have in the consortium that you see on the map, and I'm not going to detail, National Public Health Agency, hospital, and first responders who were heavily involved in managing this pandemic. So it's a 2 years project, it's a very short one. And basically, no, I'm going to go back. Yes, basically, there are some core objectives that I can very quickly summarize. So the objective of Pandem is to collect existing data. We are not producing new data, but you see that during this pandemics, there were massive data posted by individual, by institution, by national health authorities, or by organism of all sorts. So you have really massive data of all kinds from multiple sources. And the goal of Pandem is trying to collect as many useful information, relevant information as possible, to normalize it and to make it accessible in a well-structured way in a database. And this database is to be used and visualized through a dashboard to help for response and training of those who need to get this training. But it is not just to visualize data. We also need to produce tools, analytical tools, to use this data in a smart way, I would say, to try to digest the information and produce useful information and analysis for the crisis manager. So we go a step further, that having this information from the heart of a pandemic, we should be able to develop modeling tools and especially have an eye on resources. As you all remember, we faced in the EU a shortage of resources at the beginning of the pandemics in reagents, masks, protective equipment. I mean, everything was too short. And this can be improved if we have an eye on the evolution of a pandemic and we can better plan what really we need in hospital or in the society in general. So one of the goals is then to develop toolkits and training material, and especially for pandemic communication. You also noticed that communication was usually very poor, chaotic again, absolutely heterogeneous from one member state to another, and it didn't help public acceptance of the measure. There were tough measures and lockdown, which hit us badly, and communication was not really the best one, but maybe because simply those who needed to provide communication were not properly trained to deliver the right messages and to make them understood and accepted by the society. And then scenarios is always something that we like to develop because it helps us to formalize the procedures to be used in case of cross-border crisis, and to develop an operational strategy for a coordinated response. And the least we can say is that the response to the pandemic, the COVID pandemic, was not very well coordinated, at least in the initial phase of the pandemic across the different member states. Everyone went with his own policy, which is always a bad idea. And of course, as for all projects, we aim to have a long-term value and not just to stop the work at the end of the project. So, as you know, Pandem 2 aimed to prepare for pandemics, and COVID is just one example. So we should be broader and more generic than just that. But Commission, of course, due to the crisis, asked us to focus on COVID, which is, by the way, unfortunately, a marvelous example of what you should need and all what you should not do. So into this respect, COVID is really illustrating what we should do to improve the management. It is based on Pandem 1, I told you already, and in Pandem 1, we had many contacts with WHO and ECDC, and for Pandem 2, it's the same. We take the same big institution, ECDC, WHO, and they are part of the advisory board, and for every project that were presented to you over the last 2 days or 3 days, we built on existing lessons learned and on other projects, past or ongoing, that are linked with our theme. So now, going really in the heart of Pandem, Pandem, as I told you, is really to collect, aggregate, and normalize as many data sources as possible. All are open access, no private sources. And we need really to work on this data because they are traditional and non-traditional. When I show you these sources of data, you can see many databases that are actually open access, as I said. Some are structured, like ECDC data, they are very well structured, although heterogeneous. COVID-19 Data Hub as well, but if you go to Medicis and Twitter, is of course unstructured data. So this unstructured data and structured data, they need to go through a normalization process, otherwise you wouldn't be able to handle them in this Pandem 2 database. And the database, of course, is feeding the dashboard, which is just the tool to visualize the data and to provide you output. So common operational procedures, visualization, and so on. So basically, all this is open source, I told you, is flexible. So if you go for another type of crisis, you do not need to redesign the whole system. It's flexible enough and can accommodate new type of crisis. It also collect and classified all useful information from public health topics, articles, and posts. And it is very easy to upload the data you would like to have in the dashboard. And you can even use this data to simulate, like use them for scenarios, for training and resource planning, as I said. If we go on the exploitation now, visualization of what is in the database and what is provided by the dashboard, basically you have a lot of information, maps, charts, figures, table, whatever, and you have a lot of parameters that you can select. So in one word, you can address queries. It is not just visualize something, but you can play with the indicators to address queries and get the best relevant answer according to these queries. And basically in this database, you see really a lot of indicators that are relevant for the management of pandemics, like, of course, the number of cases, the number of contacts, hospitalization dates, lab data, including NGS. For those who are not used to it, is this sequencing method that allows you to have the genetic signature of the COVID-19 virus and to see the evolution of variants. You know that variants have been something of concern. That's what we call them, variant of concern, VOC. And Omicron is just one of them, but we had many others in the past. So NGS is this technology that allows you to address the problems of the emergence of variants. So many indicators. And of course, as I said, we also have indicators on the resources that are used, that are really necessary. So it can allows you to perform a resource planning in terms of workforce, material. As I already mentioned, this was a critical issue, at least in the beginning of the pandemic, the surge capacity. And it allows you also to have good ideas of what is proposed in terms of non-pharmaceutical initiative or intervention, and you see some of them listed here, but vaccination is, of course, a very important one as well. So moving on, I will now focus a little bit more on what we did in UC Louvain, because this is a major gap that we try to fill. What is this gap? If you go to the ECDC database, you see already, I hope this, it doesn't work, doesn't matter. You see that you have in one of the database of the variants, the variants of concern that I was speaking about, you see the country, the weeks, TESI is just the collecting system used by ECDC, and you see the variants, but it's too short. What can you do with this information? Not much. It's what we call an epidemiologic information. What I would like to have as a medical doctor is to have the link between these variants and the age of the patient, the death rate of that is related to the variant. Is the vaccination that has been given effective or not against this variant? In other words, does someone who is vaccinated relapse from COVID with another variant? Yes or no? This is very crucial, but we don't have this information. It simply does not exist. You have different database. There is no link between the database, and you cannot really make any relationship between this nice figure about the evolution waves on variant and the question I would like to have an answer to. So the contextual metadata is just country and date, and NGS, the code of it, not even the sequence, but the code. It's not enough. So we need to do better and to link with other data. What I show you was the right part of the chart. It is aggregated data. So by weeks, you know how many people were infected in Germany. Okay, over 1 week. What I would like to come back is to the individual data that fed this aggregated data. I mean, the sample, the patient, you, me, when we were infected, if we were. And for this, we need to go back to the left. And to go back to the left, it's to go back to the sample before it was analyzed with this NGS methodology. And you see the flow here. I'm not going to detail, of course. It's all related to analysis, bioinformatic analysis, but we lose precious information going from the left individual level to the right aggregated level. By the way, there are really too few NGS data in public database. So it is a complex analysis. It costs. It is not for free. It means that we have not enough information about the sequence of the virus. Most of the time, we come up too late with the emergence of variants. So this is one of the problems. So we should indeed improve the number of data that are introduced in the public database, but we should also be able to use the individual data that fed this database, because we cannot go back. Once the data have been aggregated, I cannot go back to the individual data that were generating the aggregated data. So this is a major problem which we should solve. And another problem I mentioned already is with this aggregated data, I have no idea in this population over 1 week in Germany who were cases, what was the sex ratio? What was the age of this patient? Were they vaccinated or not? Outcome. I have no idea, and there is no way I can have an idea because this link is lost and it does not exist anymore. So we need to definitely improve the infrastructure to organize the metadata, because this metadata, they exist. Absolutely, they exist, but they are in different databases. And the problem is no link between the database. So we need to use a link or to create a link, and we need to standardize somehow this metadata. Now, what we did is to create a simulator, because as it does not exist, but we would really benefit from this, we just create a tool to produce this link in a realistic way, starting from real data. So we took data, real existing database, and we linked them together using a training set and a data set, and the simulator just produced a link between, so you see that there is a new column linking the country, the week, the age group, and the variants. So this is simulation, of course. This table you will never find in a public database. It simply does not exist, but we did it in a way that is very realistic. So starting from aggregated data and using the simulator, we could even simulate what would be realistically the sequence, the full genetic sequence of the virus of these people which are or who are listed in the database. Again, it's a simulation, but it's very realistic. If we look at the distribution of the sequence in the database where these sequences are stored independently, we can find them, we can see that it reproduces actually, it mimics the reality. So in the dashboard, this simulation tool will be inserted, and that will help us to pave the way for integration of future data in this dashboard, but also to be used the simulator when you design training scenario and you want to train people, then you can play with the data and link them together. How we link them? Well, you have here two public databases from ECDC unrelated. You see here the variance data, so selected country, unit of time scale, meaning week by week, you see the evolution of the different variants. This is open access, variant of concern. Here in another database from ECDC, you have the same first two parameters, but you have age group. What I want to have is a link between both. And so the simulator create the link. So now you have 4 bound variable. Okay, with everything put in it. And of course, we can use a simulator. We can add other parameters in the simulator, like the vaccination status, hospitalization, and so on. So now to conclude about this, Pandem allowed also to plan, as I say, predictive modeling. You see that it's rather complicated. It's a matter for engineers, not for me, but using this programmation, we can indeed have some kind of predictive modeling and planning system as explained already. We also address biosafety issue. I just show you one example of biosafety issues that is addressed. There are many others. That's how you transport patient. And so this is a big survey across the EU about how people use safe transportation, what are the gaps and what should be improved. And this questionnaire is open access. To finish this, we also, as I said, insist a lot of the communication using also or providing media training and exploiting Twitter and social media. And to conclude with the last slide, there are scenarios that are based on real viruses, tabletop and functional exercise that are developed and where this dashboard and the Pandem tools will be used. And if you want to know a little bit more about it, they are short videos, they are open access as well, that show you exactly how it works. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jean-Luc, for your very exhaustive presentation. It's very comprehensive and very clear. I would like to now move to the foreign presentation, because I know that there are people online that are waiting. So, well, please, the floor is yours, Michel. And you will have, in fact, the first speaker. It's you. In fact, you are not virtual, so it's okay.
Thank you. You hear me? Yes. Thank you, Philippe, to give us the capacity, the possibility to present FIRE this afternoon. You may have 4 presentations. The first presentation is made by Olivier. He's talking about the process to facilitate the technologies uptake for fire and rescue practitioners. And after that, we have George online from Greece, talking about firing national hubs in practice. Then Rémi from France, the National Officers Fire School, talking about the firing online tools. And then at the end, you have Milan Dublavac, who is the president of the CTIF, International Association of Fire and Rescue Service, who makes a presentation from the CTIF. And we also have proposed him to be a partner in the dissemination phase from Fire In, this important phase for each project. So it's you.
Thank you, Michel, for the introduction. Thank you for the organizer to give us the opportunity to present Fire In and to use this event as a way to disseminate the results. We are the last run of Fire In. We are preparing the exploitation of the results of the project, and I am in charge of this activity in the project. So trying to identify what we have that did not exist before the start of the project and how we can make it useful and used and implemented after the end of the project. And I was very happy during those days to meet several projects, to see several results that could be integrated in the activity, in the processes developed by Fire In to make, in fact, new technology, new knowledge used by practitioners. So this is the overall objective of the project. So my presentation has 3 parts. I will just remind briefly the methodology, explain what are the main outcomes of the project, and then our vision regarding the exploitation strategy. And I am very, very happy that the president of CTIF is able to be with us at the end of the session and express the willingness to collaborate, because CTIF, it's an organization that exists before we started all these projects, and that will continue to exist also when all these projects will be finished. So it is important that we transfer what we have developed to organizations like this one. So the FIRE-IN consortium, I will be very quick. This is a consortium with organization representing academics, research, but mainly fire brigade, agency, or training center. So we have quite a diversity in terms of European country and also capability of the different consortium partner, each of them bringing a sort of unique network, contact at national level, contact at international level, that make it working for FIRE-IN. The overall objective is to faster and cheaper access to the state-of-the-art technology for the whole fire and rescue community. What does it mean? It means that we have to work on defining research priority based on identification of capability gaps. So I will not repeat what has been said by many projects so far. So we have the same kind of process as presented also yesterday by our colleague, Peter Oslechek from Czech Republic. We had some workshop where we identify gaps based on scenario discussed by experts. And from this gap, we translated this gap into research and innovation challenges. And we made some screening to see if these challenges are covered by existing technology or will be soon covered by a result of project. And then we were able to provide some strategic research, standardization, and innovation agenda. Our objective, the second objective, is to inform practitioners about what is available on the market, about the technology, and also what is ongoing, so that we can involve them in some research, to test, to validate, to be involved as practitioner in the development of new technology and new knowledge. And the last point is to remove some barrier for the technology uptake, so to help industry, in fact, to be able to reach the customer who need the technology, who need the knowledge, who need the service. So we are working on this as well, and we have worked on this as well. So 3 cycles have been performed to define these procedures that I have described and to improve it over the 3 cycles. So capability gaps, identification, definition of research and technology innovation challenges, standardization challenges, and then communicate to the agency, to the European Commission, to put these challenges into work program. So we have done that 3 times. We are closing the last cycle at the moment of the project. Yesterday, it has been presented by Peter, so I will not repeat. We have 5 thematic working groups covering search and rescue, and emergency medical response, structure fire, vegetation fire, natural disaster, CBRNE. But we manage, among all these diverse fields of application, we managed to identify some common capability gaps common to all these fields, and this is what we presented in the outcome of the project. So the 3 main outcomes, what are they? We have first a dynamic network of practitioners. What does it mean? We have practitioners who have been associated to the project because of the event we have organized in different countries, because of colleagues contacting other colleagues. And at the end, we have persons who are interested by the work of FIRE-IN, by the results of FIRE-IN, by the knowledge, information provided by FIRE-IN. And because of the pandemic, there was some kind of positive outcome or some opportunity. We were not able to meet in person in the different countries. So we decided to organize some national hub meeting because it was easier to meet in one country and not to have participants traveling from other countries. And thanks to this idea that we have a meeting which will be broadcast in other countries via Zoom, Microsoft Teams and so on, we were able to energize the country with thanks to the meeting, and to make aware the other practitioner located in other country about the technology, about the question, about the experience from one country. So this is the first outcome, the dynamic network. Then we have developed a procedure to define research priority, innovation priority, standardization priority. I will not repeat what I said earlier. And the third is another catalog of solution. I say another one because there are so many, and clearly there is a need to bring all this catalog, all these repository inventory of solution together, and try to standardize the way the solutions are described, and also to have a sort of single place where we find the information in a way which is attractive and readable for practitioners. So these are the three main outcomes, and to exploit these results, so the network, the mechanism to advise research, and the catalog of solution, we have started to think about the exploitation of all these results. So we think that there are some value in what we have developed. The value is that we can make practitioners aware of new technology or technology under development, thanks to the network and the mechanism developed to communicate about innovative technology. We can also ask some practitioners who are willing to participate in the development of some technology, to test some technology, to answer the question of the technology developer, so that at the end we have technologies that meet even better the needs of the practitioner. We know also that the industry sometimes have difficulty to access market outside the country where the industry is located, because there are some doctrines, there are some habits, and having the contact with practitioners in the country help to address this difficulty and find some solution. So these benefits, this value that I have just described, are mainly for industry, for technology developers. But when we presented the strategic research and innovation and standardization agenda, we find an interest by the European Commission, of course, but also the national research agency that are funding a big part of the research in each country, like it as well. And it's important that we do not target only the European Commission, but the national program in the different country. This is really important to energize the research and to avoid overlap also in the research. And last point is that we realize that during the whole project, we have collected an enormous amount of information about technology standards, technologies which are already on the market, technology which are in development. So it is important that we do not expect that the practitioner, the firefighter, they will log on our website to see the catalog, but we believe it is important to feed them with interesting information, so using newsletter, using information that will be digested so that they can catch very quickly what it is about and if it is of interest for them or for a colleague. This is important that we make the marketing of all this catalog of solutions so that at the end they will be used. So the three activities that we plan for after the end of the project is to continue to identify the capability gaps, to continue to organize brainstorming session, workshop based on scenario with firefighter, with experts, so that we identify what we need in addition to what we have. So the beneficiary for these are of course the funding program at European and national level at the long term for the benefits of the practitioner. So you see on the right some kind of matrix we have prepared to identify this challenge. So this is a good research instrument. We have to present it in a way that is understandable and useful for practitioner. The second type of activities that we want to continue to carry out is to promote the exchange of information, of knowledge, of resources. And when we have organized in Marseille in mid of October an hybrid event, we were able to have two sessions where practitioners, where officers from firefighter were explaining how they manage some crises. And these are persons who share their experience during 3/4 of an hour, 1 hour, with the whole community being partly in Marseille, being mostly online. And this is very powerful and very useful to have this opportunity to learn from experience. And using the technology of hybrid events is wonderful, because we can benefit from the experience of persons who will never come to meeting like this one in Brussels, because they are very occupied in their country. So I think we have to continue this kind of exchange of information, exchange of knowledge, and exchange of experience. Last but not least, we want to continue to promote the uptake of technology by practitioners. So continue to inform the community about technologies that are available on the market. So we want to continue to offer to the company a platform where they can present their product, where they can describe what are the features of this product, and also somehow get the feedback from the practitioner. And those who are interested, they might be involved in some demo, in some testing. So we want to facilitate this co-creation of technologies that will be really useful. And I think we have the ingredient to continue this after the end of the project. So as I said, after the three presentations, we will have the president of CTIF who will take the floor. But based on the recommendation from Join All, who was the invited speaker at the meeting in Marseille, he said, don't spend your time to try to do new activity, just work with other projects, other network, and consolidate what has been done during the 5 years of the project. And this is what we are doing. So we are working even more with the practitioner. As I said, the association that were already there before we started and that will continue after the end of all our projects. So we have discussed with the leadership of CTIF, of FEU. We want to use existing system platform network like CMINE and the results of Driver Plus. And so let's use what is available and not create another thing, but try to improve what is existing. And of course, we interact very much with the team of Patricia Compa for the standardization. And in the last year, we have started to have a joint event like we did with Medea project in January 2022. In 2 weeks, we will have a national hub meeting in Poland on the 13th of April. So we will have many events like this to energize the community and to let them know what we are able to do. So to wrap up, during the 5 years of the project, we were able to develop some processes to build a network that will facilitate the exchange of information and knowledge and resource at European level, but also the mechanism to have it to involve the firefighter in each country in their national language, thanks to the national hubs that will be presented by George Sakas just after me. The interaction with the industry also, we pay a lot of attention with that. We create a lot of expectation, because when the industry come to our event to present some technology, they expect to see the turnover increasing, to have more customer. So I think it is important that we assess, we evaluate how we are doing, and if it has a positive impact. So for me, it's really important that we check that, and that all what we do serve, in fact, at the end, the industry, and at the same time the practitioner who will have access to the new technology. And as I said, it is very important for us to strengthen the link with existing organizations like CTIF and FEU. I thank you for your attention. And I pass the floor to the colleague online, maybe.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Can you see me?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay, I'm waiting.
Now we see you.
Oh. Good afternoon. Today we have it's the national, let's say, Independence Day for Greece. It's a special day against 25th of March against our revolution against the Ottoman Empire. We celebrate 201 years of our liberation. So can I share my screen? I believe I can. Okay. I press full screen. Okay. I think that you can see my presentation. If not, please interrupt me. So it's the FireNet national hubs in practice. I'm not going to repeat in very much in detail what Olivier and Michel have already told about FireIn. As you know, it's a 15-16 partner networking project. We're working in 5 thematic working groups: search and rescue, structural fires, the vegetation and wildland fires, natural disaster, and CBRN. It's a 5.5 actually now, because due to an extension years project. We have discussed a lot of all these years, a lot of people, mainly we have focused on the capability gaps, the challenges that the practitioners face in their everyday operations, the difficulties that they face. We are trying to find solutions. We scan solutions, we screen solutions, and we also try to see where the true gaps exist, if these are covered or not, and we are seeking, let's say, a network to give the solutions from the industry, from the market directly to the practitioners. I'm not going to say a lot about the structure of the project. So far, what we have accomplished is to have, let's say, to have identified in 3 cycles the common capabilities, the current common capability challenges and future challenges. The FireIn platform, we'll show you a few things about the platform in the next presentations. We do have a lot of networking activities. We have, let's say, discussed and we are in interaction with industry and of course the practitioners about the request for ideas and how can we cover the gaps. We have talked for the 2 cycles, and we are, let's say, in the process of updating during the 3rd cycle our standardization and strategic standardization and research agenda, which is, let's say, the overall outcome of the project. We have already published 5 policy briefs. I think that towards the end of the project, a new round of the policy briefs will be updated. And of course, the platform is online and you can find the various solutions. Regarding the types of solutions that FireIn deals with, its hardware, its software, its best practices, publications, its results with other projects, discussion, its standardization items. Standardization is really important for this whole process of covering the gaps, of covering the needs of the practitioners. We are looking for innovative ideas. And in general, we do want the networking. And let's say that with the COVID, this was a problem that was faced in an adequate manner. So practically, what do we have? We had traveling restrictions and limitations. We were obliged to have online events, to have distant conferences. Practically the half of the 2nd cycle and all the 3rd cycle became, let's say, worked and implemented in an online and distant way. We had to constantly change our plans. We had difficulties, of course, in networking because hybrid events are very fine. Online events are really fine, but sometimes, they are tiring. You may have difficulties with the networking, the internet. And in general, we couldn't also participate in the large events because nobody could travel or they were totally off the record. So in order to overcome this, we used a lot of the emails, a lot of online events. We tried to have face-to-face meetings in smaller groups, let's say in smaller areas. But the last year in 2021, we had to think of some, let's say, alternative solutions because the project was running towards the end of the third cycle. Practically, the future challenges are almost were identified, and we had to discuss more and work better on this. So the idea of the 5 national hubs, let's say, was created. Especially, it was the first, let's say, test run that we had was in Marseille at the event in Marseille in October 2021. So what is the 5 national hubs? This concept, let's say, is a proposition of the consortium in order to overcome the limitations of the COVID and try to meet. So we want, instead of organizing large events in one place, we do want to have smaller events in many places, and especially to give to the events a national, let's say, aspect, in order to discuss more with the local practitioners, the local solution providers, and to overcome all the barriers of the COVID. So, as I told you, Marseille was the first attempt in around 3 weeks in the mid of April. A second attempt will be made. The 5 national hub in Poland will be organized. The idea is to have also in Germany, in Greece, probably we'll have some in Italy, in Spain, we'll see that. But in any case, now it's the time to take advantage, let's say, the fact that the COVID is in a point of declining. The weather is becoming better, so we hope that we will have a chance at least to meet in smaller groups in local and national events. With the 5 national hubs, we do want to make FIRIN aware to as many people as possible, especially practitioners, industry providers, and researchers. We want to boost the dissemination, and of course, we want to gain specific feedback and discuss the final outcome of the project, which is the strategic research and standardization agenda, with as many experts as possible. This is practically one of the deliverables that will give insight for the future work programming, for the future, let's say, aspect of where we should go in terms of finding solutions for practitioners. Let's say a proposed structure is that the organizing committee of the national hub has to be local. For example, the event that will be organized in Poland is organized by our Polish partners, the National Academy of Police of Firefighters in Poland, and I don't remember one other. I don't remember the official name. Sorry. Also in the national hub, we want to present to the people the FIRIN concept, the mechanisms, the outcomes that we have so far, to invite local experts, local practitioners, the industry. One of the main issues is that we want to be carried out in the local language, so to overcome these barriers, language barriers that do exist, but the events to be somehow hybrid if possible, and to have a sum up in English, discuss the agenda, the final agenda, and consolidate the various, let's say, input and feedback from a national level to a European level. Let's say, finally, what are the benefits of this idea is that we overcome any potential language barriers in sharing the information, the knowledge of FIRIN from discussions, from solution providers, from practitioners. We, let's say, give a boost to the FIRIN project. We energize the national communities of firefighters, of local practitioners, that actually they will have, let's say, an opportunity to also again discuss their problems. We do the information through the national hubs is going to be, let's say, shared and circulating more efficiently that in comparison actually with large European events. We do think that the national hubs are similar to mirror groups that are usually, let's say, mirroring groups, and therefore each contributor has the chance to express its opinion, and actually it will make it much more easier for a practitioner to give the opportunity to express their opinions. And of course, we want, let's say, to enable the dissemination, the promotion with the technology providers, and we want, let's say, products that may not be easily feasible in a European level to be much more known and much more widely, let's say, accepted, or if you want, at least known to all of the practitioners in a European level. So we want to boost from smaller national, local groups, and in a progressive way to move to a European level. So that's it from me. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I wish that I could be in Brussels, but due to various reasons, I couldn't. That's it from me. I'm stop sharing. Okay.
Thank you, George, a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Michel.
Remy?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, perfect. Can you
But
see my screen?
Not for the moment.
Okay, it's supposed to be sharing right now. Maybe wait just a minute. It says it's being shared now, so it should be working. It's not.
Yes, we see you.
Hello, guys. Okay, I will try to stop sharing and share again. Okay. Yes. Oh, yes. Is that okay? Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen.
Okay.
But can you
Okay,
can you present? Yeah.
Yes.
Present a mode all the page.
Yeah. Sorry. Excuse me, guys. Just,
no problem.
I will try again. Oh, that's my face. Very big. Let's try to share this one.
Yes, fine.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to let NSOSP talk at this very important event. So my name is Rémi Jalmini. I'm working for the NSOSP, which is the National Firefighter Officers Academy in France, and I am a European project officer. I would like to thank Michel, Olivier, and George for the presentation, and also the organizers for this very interesting event. Thank you. So I will present to you the FireIn platform and website. Those are the online tools of the FireIn project. So I will present the online tools. I will talk about the future improvement of the platform. I will take the example of the French National Platform for Knowledge and Resources in civil security and civil protection, the PNRS, because this is the model that we took for the FireIn platform. And then we will talk about what's next to disseminate a bit better the innovative solutions, depending on the interests expressed by the registered participants, notably through FireIn thematic dossier. And then we will talk a little bit about the practitioners' involvement and what are the next steps for the project. there are two main online tools for the FireIn project. So the first one is the FireIn website. So as for all the other projects, it's a very common website, let's say. So it's the main information point for all information about the FireIn project. So you will find all basic project information and results. You will be able to connect to the platform via different buttons and possibilities. You can see one here. So you can become an associated expert or become a solution provider. So this is the landing page of the website. So this makes the link to the eFireIn platform. And inside the typical website, so you have all the typical information, the basic project information, the news about the project, the clustering activities that have been taking place and that Michel, Olivier, and George were just talking about, and also the dissemination actions that were carried out and that are going to be carried out in the framework of the project. So that's for the website. Then the main tool, the main online tool is of course the eFireIn platform. So it is led by NSOSP. So NSOSP is the organization responsible for feeding the platform, etc. As presented before, the platform is also structured according to the five professional areas that were identified. So search and rescue and emergency response, structure fires, landscape fire crisis mitigation, natural hazard mitigation, and CBR&E. You also see on the side that you can access some dedicated pages for private companies if you are a solution provider, and research institute if you also have some solutions to submit to the platform. So the idea is that both practitioners and solution providers can register to the platform and get information about the project findings. So you will be able to find on the platform also the common capability gaps that have been identified throughout the project, as well as other information of interest on what the project has been doing and what are the results of all the activities. So both practitioners and solution providers can register. And as it is written, thematic working groups have been established during the course of the project to discuss the capability gaps and how to address them with the capability challenges. And the idea is that these thematic working groups are still alive and practitioners can discuss also the current capability gaps, the capability gaps that they can foresee, and things like that. So that's for the FireIn platform, the what of the FireIn platform. Here, I'm not going to go in details with that, but this is the matrix of the challenges that have been identified by the project. You can find this matrix on the platform. You can access it, and as you can see here, you have hyperlinks that you can click, and it will land you on the page describing each of these challenges. And when you land on the page, you have the description of the challenges, and then you have a proposal for innovative solutions that have been submitted by innovation providers. Yes. So actually, what are the tools that are available on the platform for both practitioners and solution providers? So you have this possibility to submit your solution if you're a solution provider. By solution provider, this encompasses companies as well as research centers. So they can submit a solution which will address one of the capability gaps that have been identified, or one need that have been expressed by the practitioners and that need to be addressed by some innovative solutions. That's for the solution providers, and then the practitioners, they can search for the solution, for solutions that have been submitted by solution providers. So they can access a catalog of submitted solutions. There is a search engine, and they can search for a solution specifically for an area, for example, in search and rescue, where I need a very specific innovation to find victims under rumbles. Bam, they go there and they try to find an innovative solution. Then on the platform, these are the two main tools, of course, because this is the soul of the platform. Okay, is to bridge the gap between the practitioners and the solution providers and make sure that they find each other and they find the right solution for the right need. Then you have also other tools that are more, let's say, peripheral tools. You have news. When you land on the web homepage, you have articles about solution or methodologies or other relevant information that appear on the land page. You also have a calendar where you can find date of events for EU, national or international workshops and conferences of interest. And you also have this networking area inside the website, the platform, sorry, where you can find forums where practitioners can discuss, solution providers also can discuss. So that's also a tool that is available on the platform. Some key figures for now about the eFiring platform. So for now, we have 283 registered participants, 89 practitioners, 121 private companies, and 73 researchers. So that's something we need to improve, of course. The idea of presenting the project now is also calling for potential interested parties to go to the website and to the platform and to register and see if the platform can have an added value for you. There is 241 reviewed solutions. So the solutions, they cover all the areas we were talking about before. So as I said, it's search and rescue, structural fires, wildfire, stuff like that. There is 142 shared documents. And in global in 2021, there were 7,000 connections with 3,200 new users. So there is an acceleration in 2021, which is a good thing, but we need to keep this acceleration up and make sure that we disseminate the message that the e-platform, the eFiring platform exists and that it has a real added value for both practitioners and solution providers, and invite them to really go there, register, and make the most of it. Because this is a tool for the whole community. So that's the key figures for the platform. So now that we have this kind of state-of-the-art for the platform, and after more than 4 years of project, we have some feedbacks from the users, and from the experience that we have with the project, we have identified some avenues for improvements for the platform. It has to be, it is a dynamic network, as Olivier said. It has to be also a dynamic and ever-evolving platform. So based on users' experience, we learned that the platform architecture was really adapted for the classification of solution according to the capability gaps. So that from a, let's say, a theoretical and analytical point of view, the architecture of the platform was really on point. But now, when it's about searching for solutions, we see that we need to rethink the architecture to have a more performant and a more efficient search engine. So that's a very important thing that we need to work on, because I mean, the main added value of the platform is to offer for the practitioners a simple tool to find a solution to their problems. So the search engine must be as efficient as possible. Behind that, it means that we need to reorganize the data and we need to reorganize the database, working with tags and keywords. But that's a bit more technical, but we really need to think about, we really need to take actions on this to make sure that the platform is offering an easily accessible service. Then we also need to take actions in the collection of feedbacks. It is really important to always get the feedback from the users of the platform in order to identify areas of improvements. We have a structured process of getting feedback from users in order to improve their experience in the fluidity of the platform, and also the reach of information, of relevant information. And then, of course, in order to make sure that what we offer is of interest, we need to provide to the participants and to the registered participants, of course, useful, operational, and up-to-date information. So that's really important. It's also why there is a process of validating the solutions to make sure that it actually falls into the right category and that it offers something more. So the idea, as you can see on the right side of the slide, it's first to reorganize a little bit the data to have a better working search engine. Make sure to get all the feedbacks from the users to improve their experience and the fluidity of the platform, and then make sure that the information that we are sharing is easy, clear, and up to date. So those are avenues for improvements. The idea is also to take some inspiration from the French National Knowledge Platform on civil security, which is called the PNRS. So it is managed by the NSOSP. It's a database of resources, mainly legal resources, about all civil protection in France, but also in Europe. As you can see, in terms of key figures, we have more than 40,000 people that are registered for the newsletter. We have published 183 documents in 2021. And for example, one very important number here is that only in 2021, we had 580,000 visitors on the PNRS. So the idea is to take this model to apply it, let's say, for the firing platform to be able to reach this kind of metrics. Yes, so that's the main, that's for INSOSP at least, that's the main challenge until the end of the project, to improve those figures for the firing platform. And then the idea, as Olivier was saying just before, is that we need to provide the end users with already digested information. So that they don't have to go to the platform. Maybe they don't know the platform, or maybe they don't really know how to use the search engine and whatever. So the idea is to already provide the end users with a thematic dossier, which will gather all information about a specific challenge. So for example, if we take the challenge technologies to assess risks and minimize responders' engagement, the idea is for this challenge, the dossier will describe the challenge. It will list the technological solutions that have been registered on the platform. It will provide a list of the standards and guidelines that already exist for this challenge and domain. It will list the current projects that are dealing with this challenge. And also, the idea of this dossier is to take the opportunity of this presentation of information to also get some information from the users about the relevance of the dossier and the relevance of the firing activities. So that's to make sure that, again, we have this process of getting feedbacks from the users to improve their experience, and based on what they say, maybe also improve how we present the information, how we categorize the information, and things like that. So the thematic dossier, they are now being elaborated, and I think the first one should be ready by the end of April. Again, the idea is to have easily accessible information about one specific challenge with the presentation of the relevant solution. It has to be like 10 to 12 pages with illustration, so that we don't overload also the end users with information. And it will have the firing graphic identity, which is normal. I will now end my presentation on this practitioners' involvement next step kind of slide. So one of the aim of the network is to gather the practitioners to build up proposals for the national, European, and international, sorry, I'm not going to read. So the idea of the network is also to be able to produce a strategic research agenda based on the identification of needs. That's what Michel, Olivier, and George were talking about before. It is really important that the practitioners are involved in this, because this is the place where we can actually formulate our needs and make sure that the decision makers take it into account. But it's really important to have a real inputs from the practitioners on this strategic research agenda. That's one thing. So we really need for the platform to fulfill its objectives, we actually need the involvement of the practitioners. So that's why there is this big "we need you" in the middle of the slide. The next step after the project, it's also to make sure that we are not losing any knowledge that is accumulated on the platform. This is something, it is not proper to firing, but it's an issue that exists for actually all networks that are financed by the European Union or by other international organizations. The idea is how we make sure that we don't lose any knowledge, and how we make sure that we can leverage the activities that have been taking place for 5 years, and that we don't lose anything because the project is done. So that's really something that we need to think about. It's how we make these networks sustainable. Yesterday, we had this very interesting presentation about the UCPKN, the Knowledge Network of the European Commission. Maybe this could be the gateway to other knowledge networks, such as firing. So specifically for firing now, so the project is not finished. We still have some months to finalize the project, but we really need to think already about what are the next steps for it. How are we going to launch a new initiative to actually leverage the work that has been done, and to make sure that we do not lose again any knowledge and all the work that has been done to bridge the gap between innovators and practitioners. That's it for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Remy, for the presentation. Milan? Milan?
Yes.
You hear me? Yes?
Yes, I can hear you.
Are you ready for the presentation?
Yes, if you can share the presentation, I'm ready.
Okay. You see nothing for the moment?
No, I don't see.
No,
presentation.
no, we see nothing. Hello, Milan.
Yes.
You have a specific problem? Or...
Wait.
Have you activated the camera?
Yes.
Yes, we see you. Okay.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
You can use a specific mode for presentation.
It. Okay.
Yes, fine.
So, hi, everybody. My name is
Yes.
Milan.
You can go.
Thank you. Thank you, Michel. Hello, everybody. My name is Milan Dubravac. I'm currently president of CTIF, International Association of Fire and Rescue Services. And we decided to be the part of these fighting projects, especially be dedicated for the dissemination of this project. The reason for that I will give you later on, since CTIF is the world's oldest and the largest fire association. Established very long ago, we will celebrate soon 125 years of our work. We are worldwide association with member countries all over the world. The last full member country is Canada, just recently joined us. Unfortunately, at the moment, we also have 2 countries suspended from current membership due to the latest reasons. Our main work, what I will try to take, how we are organized like a full members, 1 country, 1 vote. We have a delegates assembly once a year. And then we also have a lot of associate members, which can be different non-governmental associations or organizations or also the private companies. And we also have honorary members. Our CTIF organization structure, as you can see, beside delegates assembly, there is an executive committee works on its operational level to run the organization. Then we have various commissions and working groups. What is new in this association recently is that we start also strategic and scientific oversight commission due to the reasons I also heard in the previous presentation, what was also the reason of Fire In project, how to distribute all this knowledge which is produced in the commissions and working groups also to as many members of our association as it's possible. That will be a big challenge in the future, also due to the climate changes and green transition. So our Strategic and Scientific Oversight Commission was recently established, basically to improve overall work process that are limiting some CTIF ability to use and all the talents and knowledge of the members, which are mostly produced in, as I said, working groups and commissions. Also, we would like to create a structure and process to direct and support CTIF existing and future technical contributions to mitigate risk on strategies issues. For example, the global challenge presented by climate change that threaten the safety of communities and first responders. That will be a big issue. And also we have scientists in this commission, which can give scientific support to commissions and working groups in some areas. So quite a big challenge for the future work. Also the change in our structure, what we saw, also it was mentioned before, sometimes we saw that, I would not use the word losing the knowledge, but we mostly talk about reinventing the wheel. A lot of things which are already developed sometimes disappear, and we start to discuss the same things which were developed already. That's also the aim of this Fire-In project, to create the platform that all this knowledge would be available and also in the right way accessible to the ones who are developing some parts of the systems. Just to name, I think it's frozen. Look at that. We are also the association with the widest area of work. So we work also with very things which are traditional with at the fire service, like competitions. We also have a Commission Europe. We as CTF were involved in many projects in the past, also with European Union, trying to add some of our benefits to those projects. We have special commission for the new countries due to the challenges the firefighters face at that area. I would come back later on also to our Extrication New Technology Commission, which has produced a lot of scientific and extra work in the past years, which is very important for safety of population and firefighters on duty. And we have Fire Prevention Commission, Fire Investigation Commission, Fire and Rescue at the airports, forest fires, each year very challenging work to be done in this area. Then Hazmat Commission, special issues working lately also in the area of rescue and health service for firefighters. Then a special working group for tunnels, which are, especially in Europe, quite a challenge. Then Women in Fire and Rescue Services, which is very big commission, also involved the members from the non-CTF countries like Australia and so on. Then History Commission, Youth Fire Brigades, very important also for our future work, especially when we talk about voluntary work in the area of rescue. Therefore, also we have Volunteer Firefighters Commission. Then Education and Training and IT Technology for Fire and Rescue Services. We also last years are putting a lot of work to our webpage, to our sharing of information, to our strategy of how to share positive results from the commissions to all member countries. New challenges, of course, as I told you, this is also one of the aims of the Fire-In project. How to gather and how to assure that knowledge will not be lost somewhere, and that can be accessible all the time and used in the right way for the future development of our area. As I mentioned our big achievements in the last period was done by Extrication and New Technology Commission, that is new ISO standardization of new ISO for new procedures with different energy propelled vehicles. Our ISO standard 17840 is already in place. The big challenge of CTIF, of the Extrication New Technology Commission, and also special working group inside is now how to implement. Now we are again challenging the same or similar challenge, how to spread this information to which platforms and how to implement this standard to member countries and to the systems in the member countries of CTIF, which is quite a challenge. It doesn't go so easy as we thought. You know, this part of this standard are also special rescue sheets and training manuals for new vehicles which are coming with a big speed. High development is in this area, and we expect it will continue next year. So that also will be a big challenge for this commission and for implementation of this standard. We also developed some best practice procedures also for new propelled energy vehicles, and that is continuing process. As I told you, we also have a special implementation group for this standard, which we think it's one of the biggest challenges for the future safe work of firefighters. As I told you, this is the standard which we are trying to implement as successful as we can. Then just mention, because we have no time, some other risk we are facing. There is a lot of different areas in different commissions. That's why we also are starting this strategic and scientific oversight commission to try to assure the flow of information within commissions, to help them to get to all this good work which is done in the commissions and working groups, and to try to share it in a right way to all member countries, to all which needed this work, and of course on the other side also to in a way not lose this knowledge which was produced in one country or in one small project developed, and then it's not available for the other firefighters. And from time to time we are facing that we are reinventing the wheel. We have an idea on CTF project of fire behaviors and things which were developed 20, 25 years ago, and in some countries this development is starting again. So we try to ease and to speed the processes of those developments in the future. Special focus we do last period is also firefighters' health, because there are new methodologies for cleaning and decontamination of fire suits. In the past, all those fire suits, even if they went to the regular cleaning procedure, they didn't reach the eco standards of working regulation. Now solution is on board, and CTIF Commission is also working in that area. Just few tips I gave you. I would like, on the end, I would like to express our commitment for dissemination of that project. We have a large network, and CTF Association is available also to spread the results of firing project. Thank you.
Dear CTF President, thank you very much for your presentation, and that you have the time to make this presentation this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to stop sharing. Okay, thank you.
Bye. Philippe, c'est à toi.
Thank you very much to FireIn for this very interesting and very promising. I hope that you will be indeed able to continue in maintaining this network and to extend it. So we will see how it can work, but it's very, very useful, very structured. And so thank you very much for this information. Well, I don't want to take too much time. I think that these 3 days, well, first of all, have been fantastic in terms of in-person meeting, because it's very good that we could meet finally others than screen apparitions. It's also for me a fantastic way to see the type of ideas that are floating around, because that you don't see in virtual meetings. It's certainly a matter of energy, of waves. You know, the brains are not functioning the same when you are participating in a virtual meeting and when you are looking at people in the eyes and just chatting like that. The type of functioning of the brain is different. And I've collected a lot of ideas over these last 3 days. A little bit long meeting in a way. It's a little bit heavy, so it makes me think that in the future we might separate, in fact, a different type of sub-thematic areas in different shorter meeting, maybe 1 day and a half, something like that. Having keeping, you know, this is very important, keeping the evening, because this is a key part of the event, and then having indeed 1 day full meeting. I think the aim of keeping meetings in Brussels is relevant for discussing with policymakers. That is, the people from the policy DGs, DG ECO, DG ENPA, Environment, will not travel, because it's not that they are lazy, it's because the resources are so scarce that we cannot really afford in traveling too much. Their team are very, very limited. And while you might be surprised, but the mission budget is not enormous, even at the European Commission. So they will not really be keen to travel. But if there are some key discussions with policy DGs which are being planned, they will come here. They will certainly come here. So we need to keep this. I think that we need to keep the idea of virtual events for but I don't like days of virtual events. I like 2 hours virtual events where we need to merge, in fact, newcomers, for example, typically when there are some calls that are terminated, new projects that are running, they need to be brought to the family, to the community. And I will use the virtual tool for this just as a first entry door for new projects that will be speaking to their big brothers, well, to their elder brothers. That is the projects which are ongoing and even terminated. For the rest, I think that you have demonstrated with this 3 days event. I see the projects which have contributed and co-chaired, co-set the agenda. You have demonstrated the power of co-creation of this type of event, which for me is a fantastic lesson. And I can tell you that I will use this as a model for my colleagues who are dealing with other thematic areas, that is fight against crime and terrorism, border management, and infrastructure, critical infrastructure, and the SSRI, which is scientific and research innovation. I would like to say that what I will certainly advise also for the CERIS development is that we give room for the clustered projects. That is, for example, we had 2 examples, DRS1, DRS2, to take ownership in a way and all their events in their country, whatever they want, but not necessarily in Brussels. We don't need to be stuck to Brussels systematically. What I do not have the capacity to do is to organize events which are of technical nature, very specific technical nature, or dealing with, for example, exploitation. If you wish to have interaction with SME industry, this is difficult for me. And you have the capacity to do that. You have so I think that we could imagine that here in Brussels, we'll have meetings, for example, policy speaks to projects. Okay, this is clear. It's the aim of what we are looking for here. And then you are organizing under the CERIS umbrella and with the participation of DG Home, events which are, for example, project speaks to stakeholders. And stakeholders, I mean, practitioners, well, there will be policymakers, but they will be different because there will be national policymakers that will not come to Brussels. So national policymakers, SME industry, and maybe representative of the civil society, which are not well represented here in this meeting. You see very, very rarely regional authorities or municipalities. They came, but they are not really presented. So the citizen dimension is important. And I think that if we do that on a regular basis, we will strengthen the community, and it will be something natural. Well, already what you have seen now, what has come naturally is to have discussions that led to these clusters. We did not do this. We did not oblige the project to do that at the Commission. They came naturally together, and they understood that they have more power of dissemination. So congratulations for that. I will report this success because I think it's a real success. The next step will be in June for DRS because there will be events running in other thematic area. In June, there will be 3 days, well, 3 slots of 2 hours and a half virtual events for new projects that are resulting from the last call. They will get their grants in spring, and I will bring these new projects with the project which I participated, just to have exchange of information and for them to know what ongoing projects are doing, and for the ongoing project to know about what are aiming for the new projects. There will be also this famous, I hate this word, but it will be changing. There is something called the P2PKOs meeting, you know, where for the new projects, we will bring them to the policymakers, just to let policymakers know what will be the perspective over the next 3 years. So this is for June. And for December, I envisage the same type of events here on the 14th to 16th of September, 3 days. I know that it's a little bit heavy, so I will be seeing whether I might, adapt this a little bit. But what is important is that I will be setting the program, the agenda for 2023, also in this event, with the help also of the CERIS expert group. We will be setting an expert group. So I hope that by next year, we'll be much more structured and much more, in a way, in a delivering mood. And I'm trying to deliver with the help of Yvonne a first attempt of CERIS report, because we want to have an annual state-of-the-art report in the different thematic areas. I'm working on, well, I don't know why I did that, but okay. I'm working on the big legacy papers, because I think we need to keep traces of what has been discussed since 2014 in the community of users, not because I want to have a thesis which will not be read, but simply as a kind of reference document, because you see, well, you will never read this paper, but you will see that there are participants that will be kept put in this list, the agenda, and all the recommendations that have been formulated since 2014. And you see the evolution of mentalities, the evolution of mindset that arise to what we are doing now. And it will again evolve. So it's really a learning by doing exercise. And it's not only technically, it's also learning by doing, learning from each other personally. So thank you for this. Thank you for your trust. You are doing what I have always dreamed to do, is to put human dimension in our very technical and sometimes I would say administrative work. So thank you very much. We keep in touch. You will be hearing from me in the next 3 weeks, I think, because now I will be leaving for 3 weeks, and don't expect to have any messages during 3 weeks. I will be in the mountain somewhere, disconnected. So thank you very much. I wish you a very, very good trip back home, and we keep in touch. And congratulations again. Thank you.